It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. 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 It's alright, alright, alright.
So I should tell people right now that you just told me to go. It's just I so hate him right now. Hey, welcome back for another class. Um, this is going to be the next week's going to be our last class. So this is going to be one of the last classes. Well, this has got one more class after this class. Tell you what we're going to do next week. We're going to bring in more food. So those of you who can join us next week, please come through and join us. We're going to have a variety of pizzas, pastries, drinks. We're going to just kind of open up and get more and more food. Uh, so just remind, like, folks, please try to stop by. And trust me, there's gonna be plenty of food. Even if Josiah's here, there'll be plenty of food for everybody. So just know we all have food to eat. Um, he think I'm finished. I'm just starting. So anyway, um, this week, Shabisha, I posted online I want to see if you guys can process this before we jump in this class. I didn't pull out my iPad. Hold on a second. But I gotta get a new iPad because this case looks like I raise cats. Anyway, but he's got so many scratches on this case. It's like, oh Lord, it's like I went to a diva convention and everybody got mad. Anyway, the point is this. So I realized, I don't even have the slides open. So a couple of things. One is that I posted this thing on social media, and I'm going to post different things on social media going forward. And over the break, because we're going to be gone, class will be shut down for a month. I'll post more podcasts and different articles to kind of keep us in that same rhythm for those of us who understands the value of the practice, right? Because entrepreneurship, once again, it's not a class. It's not a couple of tips. It's not a couple of trade secrets. It's a practice, right? Like, I promise you, almost every NBA player knows plays and the principles and tactics of basketball, but only few can execute them well because they understand the practice. And so there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be changing for next year. We're going from a school structure, a class structure, to a group academy structure. So, or even a gym structure, even better choice of words. We don't use the word academy. And the class may not necessarily end in December next year. It may actually extend so you can go even deeper into, one, into strategy, and two, after I sit down with Court, work on making the class, instead of just being one tracker doing this and the next track is doing that, we'll integrate both. And how we integrate that, we'll figure that out on the back end. But we want the class to be heavy as far as personal management, which is the foundation of all strategical management. So there's no strategy without working on self. So next year, a lot of changes. You guys will start getting little newsletters on some of the changes, the new curriculum, some of the new books. We're pretty much reinventing, taking the best of Hope and then innovating on the rest and dumping the stuff that we realized, okay, it was a good idea, a good attempt, but it just actually didn't yield us back the results we were looking for. And at the end of the day, the class is based upon results. So we don't want to design something that makes us feel really, really good, but we don't produce any results. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Here's a question for you guys. Shabisha, go and fire up the Microsoft Word for a second. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to just open this up real quick. Why is it I can't open up the PDF? Anybody know why that is? Let me see. Huh? Sorry for those of you at home. We got into a cool discussion around different stuff, and right now I am trying to open up. Oh, I'm down. First thing is probably jump on the internet, huh? When you come to this, I forget. It just doesn't automatically jump here on this little tablet thing. Okay, hold on a second. 1 second. Let me just connect to Peralta Colleges. Okay.
For those of you interested in that Court Smith beanie, I believe that is now considered vintage, my friends. It is no longer available for purchase.
Oh, somebody online asked about the Court Smith beanie. Yeah, hey man, I'm telling you something right now. Y'all need to stay up on that Court Smith stuff because I got some cold shit by Court that I just bring out every once in a while, and I even confuse Court sometimes. But like I've been a fan with him since he first introduced his product, and so I keep a lot of it. You know the old school. I don't know if some of y'all still might be in this rhythm, but you buy something and you just kind of put it in a closet. Like they put them Jordans in a box, right? Court Smith has this like special layout in the closet, so I think they just break out one of those pieces. So last week I even broke out one of the bomber jackets, and when I put it on, I was like, yeah, this shit hella fresh. And I was gonna do a selfie, but because I'm gonna do this, kind of weird, so I didn't do it. But anyway, make a long story short, got some hard. I even have a cool Malibu Grand Prix. Anybody from Oakland know Malibu Grand Prix was a stomping ground. That's a Too Short life. Like that's the birth of Too Short type of spaces, right? And Jordan has on the hoodie, and I had the long shirt. I was gonna wear my long shirt today, but being that we have green screen behind us, because some of y'all be messed up. Y'all be coming into my where the brick wall is a green screen. That's how the world works. But because we have a green screen behind us, I can't wear green stuff. So I just, I try to rock more of my subtle colors. But yeah, y'all gotta get up on that. Core Smith is hard. Pause.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
No, for
if
sure.
he one day decides to do a season of Legacy, maybe then you too can have that hoodie.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's
But
close
as
there.
of right now, you will have to choose a different one.
Man,
And there's plenty to choose from.
hey, what do you say? Core Smith and choose. Like you chose Core Smith, he didn't choose you. Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know. I just been watching too much of the Mac.
And remember, kids, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
Okay, so we're gonna just turn into a pimp session up in here, huh?
Also, can you please tell the people where you got your hoodie? Because that is a conversation as well.
Oh, this is a Hugo Boss hoodie.
Not
um,
Hugo Boss.
I love Hugo Boss cut
All right, sir.
because it's loose but tapered.
Yeah.
Right? You understand me? And by the way, this is the last print of that too, because I found mine. They stopped printing it, and then I tried to order it online, couldn't find it, and I happened to be hanging out with Shakina out in Stanford, and we stopped at the Stanford Mall because I wanted to get some Timberlands, and I just happened to stop by Macy's real quick, and they only had one left. So here's the funny part: I didn't buy it. So then me and my wife went back there about a month and a half later. It's the same one. So I love racism because nobody brought this one, which was beautiful. Right? So I was able to pick this up. So another thing too, if you ever buy Hugo Boss, don't buy your size. Go up 1 or 2 sizes. It's kind of like they cut really smaller. So like this is a double X, and I regularly wear a large in sweatshirts. But so just know when you buy Hugo Boss, just that's part of the game.
And when you buy custom, real design wear, you got to get it in season. Otherwise, you will miss your chance.
Yeah, that was cold, man. But I mean, that's what a lot of the that's the fashion world for you. Is like, it's hard. The old world of like buying something and keeping something and wearing it all the time. Unfortunately, we don't do that anymore. The fashion world is like 2 or 3 wears, and it may or may not get worn again, right? But it's funny enough, I do have my go-to stuff I wear all the time, and some of that stuff is so raggedy. Like my favorite sweatshirt is so ragged. It's so embarrassing. Y'all will never see it unless you see me take the garbage out or at the gym because I'm rocking it all the time. But the stuff I wear like out, I got a lot of nice stuff I wear out that don't get enough usage. And it's so funny. So I just tell myself, stop buying shit until you wear what you have because it's getting. But that's how the fashion industry is. Like you'll see something, it's hot, and it's over with. But it's cool to purchase from brands that are innovative because you can rock it a couple of seasons out and then still have rock to it. And that's why like Core Smith stuff has staying power, right? Like I can rock if we had 4 more classes, I could rock 4 different outfits from Core Smith and look like it just came out. And he don't even print that shit no more. Don't print that shit no more.
He don't print it no more.
Yeah. The game is real. The game is real. He had this one piece though. If y'all get a chance, check it out. Go to his website. He has his one of my favorite things he had on there now, besides the Core Smith bomber jacket. By the way, he designed. He white labeled Chris Foster's. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but they had the Rock Church jackets. They so damn tight, it's ridiculous. I'm not sure if you guys got a chance to see them jackets. They were hella tight Letterman jackets. Core Smith designed those. Yeah, your pinpoint clothes. He designed pinpoint clothes. Yeah, folks are rocking Core Smith. I mean, all the Hope stuff came from Core Smith. Look at this. It's even authenticated on the sleeve. That's Core Smith. But check out that. He has his Dr. J piece those of y'all from my era are, basketball, love sports. He got us this dope ass Dr. J piece. Oh, I also picked up the Sister Curry from Cal Berkeley. Jada, yeah, Jada. Curry. Why you know it? Just Jada. Anyway, yeah, Jada Curry. That's the way Shakita says it. Jada. She got real. She just feels so Jada. Anyway, but with Jada Curry, really nice cut. Go check it out. What's so nice about the cut is it's a very nice compliment. Like, so you know how we're wearing the bigger sweatshirts now, but it's very tapered but bigger, right? So like for men, it makes you look buffer, right? So if some of y'all who ain't been doing them push-ups, Josh, just check out that Jada Curry. And then for the women, like if you guys want to just be able to be sexy, but yet, be tapered, but still kind of have that new loose look, the Jada Curry is a nice cut. And the colors, get a lot of compliments about that sweatshirt. A lot of compliments. Folks, where you get that from? No one even asked me who's Jada. They even asked me later on, and then you tell them like, oh, that's hella tight, right? And got a chance to watch a couple of videos on her. She is closing the gap between men and women basketball. She balls. Hey, it's a kind of, like I can imagine her going on a date with a guy, and the guy's talking shit because he don't know who she is. And he's like, yeah, let's go out there and play basketball. And he think he about to teach her something. Oh, she would destroy his ego. Like her handles, she's not right. She's not fair to the rest of us. She's not fair with us. Even if I went back to the 30-year-old Nana, I'd be mad as hell. Like, like the 50-year-old Nana, I don't care. Like I let my 5-year-old daughter beat me in basketball. My knees would say, give it up. Just give it up. Don't play that goddamn game. Give it up. Anyway, let's jump into a quick question. Question for y'all. Let me throw this up for y'all. Can y'all, and this is online, so online, please participate. And Shabisha, we're going to just kind of look at. So there's a difference between activism because you love the people and activism because you hate the opposition, which often is a form of envy. Could anybody identify how that might show up? Online as well, please participate. But if you can see what's the difference, because I think if you see this difference, you can see a huge gap in what's really weird. Because right now, I would argue that most of the activism you see that's happening in public is based upon envy or hatred of the other group, not love of their own group. Huge difference. Anybody? I know we got a few people, everybody's late today. Go ahead. Yo, get Shakita a microphone. There you go.
So in activism and I think just in general Black culture, one of the ways that it showed up for me is when I was switching over and actually accepting being Black, because I grew up in a super racially ambiguous family where my mom told me she wasn't Black and my grandmother was, a pastor, so its stories are believable.
Mm.
But then I went from being a proud quote unquote mixed chick to being hella pro Black, but more so because of my hatred towards my family, because I'm just you mean to tell me I've been looking stupid for 25 years telling people? So that's just a personal story. But then, and then years later, actually realizing how to show up to being a Black woman and actually loving it, but not from the opposing hatred side, but for seeing progression for myself and my family and the people around me, and being able to understand the investment power of it, as opposed to I'm doing this to get back or to make up for lost time.
Okay, just real quick, so because we want to try to put them in a list, so when you tell a story, they get lost in your story.
My bad.
If you can list the differences between if you are activist because you love your people as opposed to activist because you hate or envy the opposition, right? So some people are I hate envy the white male, right? What's the difference between being an activist because you love your people and you hate and envy? Because there's a difference.
So like when people love and hate money, and they have that line of like love and hating money, like I don't like rich people, and so then they'll like be super frugal. Like that tends to happen like a lot of religious places versus like when people because they're from a space of envy and like hate, so they'd rather like stay on the lower end of the income spectrum. Like, is that what you mean? Versus
No,
like, making
I
money
think
from, like,
that's go more macro. That's a little too micro. Go into like what are some common traits that come from if you're activist in a movement from a space of hate the opposition. Like what are some of the characteristics that like what are the things that might happen, right? So I think you could say, well, they may pride themselves on this false sense of being different. And by the way, there's a big difference between being different and autonomous, right? Because you can think you're different, but you're different based upon who I am. So you're really a reflection of me. Autonomous is you're just something different, but many of us mistake autonomy for difference. I mean, difference for autonomy, and it's not. They don't exist the same. All right, roll the microphone around. So the question is, and like I say, if folks come online, just say, what is the difference between being an activist from a space of I love my people to activists of I hate racism, white supremacy, whatever, sexism, gender, I don't know, fuck this, you hate something.
Would an example of that be like people who have a lot of interest in political matters? So like they're driving a lot of traffic about political opinions, but they're really not active or doing anything in their community to have a positive impact.
That could be one of the characteristic traits. It's more or less, it could be, huh? That could be a third issue, which is more self-centered. It's more ego. Like sometimes virtue signaling, right? Virtue signaling is when you're doing things because you're really seeking value. You don't really hate or love either side. You just got caught up in the addiction of the value from being the most virtuous person in the room, right? How do we go beyond being the most? But I think there's a huge distinction. I think the virtuous kind of stick out by themselves, right? They call it. I think Deion Sanders called them Twitter activists, right? They just quick, hell yeah, right? I did something today. It's like you didn't do shit. But the question comes down to how do you get to a point where you can separate the deeper motivations in people? Because it's almost Machiavellian if you don't know the difference. There's a Machiavellian quote where he says, it's very important that a prince, if you would want to be a Machiavellian, is you represent these high virtues to the people, although you're not part of those high virtues, right? So it's very deceptive and abusive and long-term damaging. Pass my phone.
I was gonna say if your activism is rooted in love, then you're actually doing the work, right? Instead of just talking shit about your ops.
But people could do the work.
Mm-hmm.
you speak so Oaklandish. You got so much swag. You know, if it's just like if they just doing shit that's wrong, right? You got so much player. You got that Oakland old historical player in your way you talk. No, listen. I swear, I was like, damn, did I just feel like I just got Oakland? No. I'm saying there's people who still do the work, but they're still operating from a space of hate the opposition, not love the people they serve. It's a big difference. But I need you guys to see it because then you'll start confusing what you see and you will rewrite what's actually happening in front of you. Okay. How many of you guys been in a relationship where somebody lied to you or deceived you by their behavior? Okay, cool. You didn't have to raise your hand so damn high, okay? You could have kept it down. So your hand, you almost didn't touch this 20-foot ceiling. So let's just say you in a situation where, but how they present themselves, if you just gave them a microphone one day, that's not who they are. How do we get past the point of just seeing people past what they say and what they really stand for? And people who are activists because they love or envy the other, it will eventually show itself. So if you had to think about what would be different, like if it just resonates with you, I'm trying to let you guys play with it before I just like, here's the answer, because then it won't stick, right? If you try to take some ownership for yourself, you can kind of work on the formula for yourself. So you're in a community where there's a certain portion of the community that are activists because they hate or oppose white folks or men or straight or gay, whatever. And there's a certain, or right, they oppose Democrats oppose liberals, right? As opposed to people who are activists because they love their community or love their people or love the groups they seek to serve. It's a big difference. And yet, one gets a lot of attention, but if you take off of that path, you're about to waste a lot of time and it's going to cause personal damage. Think about that. One is coming from a space of love, and one's operating from a space of anger. Still don't cross your minds, huh? Anything online? I'm gonna say slow it down a little because you know, Jesus Christ, you start speaking like as if I can hear my own speed. Go ahead. Yeah.
Literally just came through. Estelle said comparisons, like no clear goals or vision, and more focused on having what others have.
Yep, that's one good one. Huh? No, she leave her. I'm fine. She can be louder than me. That's Queen Shabisha. I don't care about me being a lot less than her. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Represent. She got them shoes on today, so y'all better get ready for her. Yeah, look, y'all better get ready. If y'all don't know, you about to learn something. Well, she gonna learn y'all something. But anyway, so other one, hate is lack of togetherness. Yep, isolation. A lot of hate-focused activists have a tendency to produce more separation because they're rejecting people more than they're trying to seek a solution. Anybody else? Anything else? Anything got triggered? So let me tell you a little story to help you out. In the 90s, I'm gonna just tell the story, then you guys can. In the 90s, so I became pro-black in the 90s. And before the 90s, the 60s and 70s pro-black folks was talking to us. It's like, yo, you know most of these people won't be here as you guys mature in your consciousness. I was like, what? And I promise you, at the end of my run, we went from, let's say, if we had 20 conscious people in a room, we were lucky if we had one or two after about 5 or 10 years, right? Because the motivation was, but when we were all at one point, we sounded similar. When it came time to execute, we split. There was this other guy, I talked to this one white guy one time, and he said, can I be honest with you? He says, what? You know why I hate the rich? You know, he goes, why I work so hard to support the poor? And he said, why? He said, because I hate the rich, I don't love the poor. And as soon as he had received a job to be an investment banker, he left the whole movement. Y'all haven't seen any of that?
So is it like somebody's, but I forgot, like somebody's drive for doing it, their execution for doing something in hate versus in love?
Say again,
Their
Susan?
motive,
The motive is what?
like their motive for doing something would be in hate versus in love, like that guy you just said.
Yeah, but like what would be the characteristics that would come from that? Like what are some behavior you'd be like, oh, that looks like that's more hate motivated than love motivated?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more hate.
Yeah, so like what are some things you would show up that you say, this is evidence of if you saw it?
I don't know.
Oh, you just let your friend down. Whatever, girl. Here you go. I don't know what happened between the two of y'all on the way over here. You should get a piece of that sandwich. Well, go ahead. She looked, whatever. Partners, boy. Go ahead.
So like on the love side, focusing more on like loyalty and the long term like unselfishness of the vision, like thinking past your personal preferences and how it impacts the future.
Yeah, Lord. So when you function on a space of love, you have better long-term assessment, right? Because you're trying to find solutions. You're not trying to amplify differences. That's another way. You're trying to find solutions, not trying to amplify differences. So in the end, like, yeah, you're trying to find solutions of what's causing your people ailment, how to get you ahead, not focus on what sucks about some other group. All right, Pass.
And
There was
can I just add one more?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, one more.
I was gonna say the focus on building infrastructure that's long term, that doesn't highlight or raise their self value, but uplifts the targeted community they're trying to support.
That could be masked. That could be masked. Go ahead. You almost was there though. There was almost something there. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is. I don't think so. Maybe like enjoying the actual like journey, the process of building whatever you're building, instead of just like wanting that outcome.
Well, as opposed to one. Okay, I think the first part was right. I'm not sure if the second part was right. So there's a depression that comes along with functioning from a space of hatred. There's a joy and excitement that comes from a space of functioning on the love of your people. It's almost healing. It's almost retraces quality. It almost makes life feel like you're living in heaven, right? Like every time somebody says thank you, it's greater than any Christmas present you ever received, because you're showing up for others. You live for it's like Christianity, huh? Right? Yeah. But anyway, it raises the value of how you're waking up every day. When you're living from a space of hatred, you start to become scared to go outside. You live behind your own walls. You turn the world to an ugly place. Right? When it's love, it's like, okay, have you ever lived in a bad neighborhood before? I grew up in a bad neighborhood and then left the neighborhood and came back to it and realized, whoa, I lived here. But when you were there, it didn't feel so bad. And then when you moved on to something else, okay. If you love something, you don't see all the negative stuff in the world. You don't walk going, and then feel trapped by all that ugliness. When you work from a space of love, you see the beauty, and you're constantly witnessing so much beauty in the world that you're just enjoying life itself. Okay, Shakita said, ping pong, baby, bring it back. Act like she's like, yo, baby, look here, I got a string attached, make sure it connects. Go ahead.
An increased sense of gratitude. Like
Yes.
the
Yes.
grateful and increased levels of empathy.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Now we're starting to blow that list out. Go ahead.
I'm not sure.
Characteristics though, because the question was not.
Can you let her talk? You just, man, I tell you, you got injured, you didn't become the queen.
I'm not sure if this has already been addressed or talked about, but I mean, how I look at it is as far as love, just from a recent conversation that I was in, as far as love, I feel like you come from a place of wanting to educate and wanting to uplift within the community, whereas coming from a place of hate, you're looking to just kind of, what's the word? Like you want to get back at that person, or you want to come fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's perfect. That's a perfect answer. When you're coming from a space of also love, use conflict as opposed to conflict being destructive. Conflict becomes a space for creativity.
Right.
So now you want to sit down with your enemies, because that's where the innovation is at. You want to sit at those that you oppose because there's wisdom. You want to look at other cultures around the world because you're looking for solutions. You're trying to uplift your people, right? You're trying to find value in the valueless. What the bigger society says valueless, you're trying to find value of that, and because you're seeking value in them, you also see value in others, even the people you oppose. The difference, it's almost like, I add one to it, and then we kind of said this one. Imagine walking around every day hating something, what will that do to you mentally? Even physically, it's gonna kill you faster. As opposed to walking around every day and loving something. Your confidence goes up tremendously. Because if you hate, let's just use racism or white supremacy. If you hate white supremacy, it's shrinking your self-esteem. You hear what I just said? If you hate white supremacy, it's shrinking your self-esteem. Because what you're doing is you're wrestling with you're giving them godly definition of who you are, and you're fighting against that. But if you're working towards loving your people, you continue to witness all the greatness in your people, which raises your self-esteem, changes your swagger. You walk in a room with 4 white men with suit on, and you're like, hey, let the battle begin, baby. Y'all probably need to bring 5 more. It's just me, right? But if you're working from the space of hatred, not only will you shrink in the face of white supremacy, sometimes you will even convert into looking for acceptance. See the difference? So, for example, a lot of black folks if white folks accept them tomorrow, they done with the pro-black shit. They get paid tomorrow, they done with this pro-black shit. And it's not because they weren't because they were not doing it because they hated white folks, they envied them, they wanted to be them. As soon as they get money, they dress like them, talk like them. Black chick darker than my sweatshirt gonna have the whitest hair ever. Go ahead.
I have a question going back to your statement about the guy that was for the people, and then as soon as he became an investment banker, he dipped out. Was that because you said?
I just love dipped out. I just like that.
Oh yeah.
I love the swag we got. Let's keep the swag going.
but to that point, do you think that? And this is just like a hypothetical question, but do you think that like some Black folks or some folks, they ride for the community until they get what they want? So they because there's so much support in the community, when you're really in it, when you realize that there's more power and togetherness than individuality. Well, there's still power in individuality, but when you realize that there's power in community until you get what you want, do you feel like that's something that a lot of folks do?
Which is, I think that's a separation. So if your source has been hatred and it's envy, and the person rewards you with high value, which is based upon status, then it's hard to keep that going, right? But if your energy is love for your people, and mind you, there's people like Cornel West and Michael Ray Dyson, they keep exploiting that space. They don't ride like that, but they exploit that space, right? I'm not sure. I don't think they hate. They exploit that space. It creates a space for exploitation. So I'm not going to say they hate white people. I'm arguing that's a space, and it creates an energy, and people can live off that. And you can make money off that fucking energy, right? Millions off the energy. But when you love your people and you start to grow within that love, it's hard to walk away from it because it's a constant sense of reward. It's not like it's a cost that goes along with that. Like waking up every day to hate somebody is a cost. Like think about how let's say you got in your car and you drove from here to New York. Think about how more terrified you would be if you were driving a car. Not saying that all should be safe and conscious, right? Nobody gonna drive in a car and assume. There was a white dude who was driving from San Diego to I think Seattle, and parked his car in Oakland with all of his, like he was a moving truck with his bicycles and everything, computers and everything. They stripped everything from that dude. Stole his van, the truck, and all of his possessions. So you got to be smart about where you stop, because we have these pockets of culture that's having problems. I'm not arguing that. But it's horrible when the fear is in your head and it has no people around. So imagine jumping in your car to drive from here to New York and you're terrified because you think white people are these so-called things, when all white people are not. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as all anything, right? But what happens, and I'm not saying that this is not an argument, does racism or does it not exist? That's not what I'm arguing. I'm talking about the torture of what's in your head and how you wake up in the morning and how you feel about the day. And if you see the beauty in your people, think about the life it gives you. Think about the excitement you get every day. Think about the reverse rewards you receive every day. As opposed to waking up every day and you reading another video, oh, another guy shot. Oh my God, this happiness. Oh my God, this happiness. Oh my God. Now you scared to drive your car because police may kill you. You scared to go to the store because you scared to go for job interviews because they don't like black people anyway. Even though you don't say to yourself, well, maybe I'm not that good at what I do. Give you an example. I was working on a business strategy, and I was paying attention to the opposition, and guess what? I wasn't working on was my strategy. I automatically just assumed my strategy was strong enough, and I had to like talk myself off of this. Hey, fuck the opposition. It wasn't white people. Just fuck the opposition in this idea, in this business idea. Let's go back and see what you can do better. And then when I did that alone, I found this huge gap of underperforming areas in my business, right? But as long as I had my focus on the opposition, I was neglecting and stealing and starving my business. See the difference in there? So opposition thinking, whether it's racism, whether it's relationships, whether it's friendships, or whether it's business, tension is a finite resource daily. So it's called opportunity costs. If you shift all your opportunity costs to somebody because you hate them, as opposed to you building a business on loving somebody and loving a community is very enriching to the business. Very enriching. Like if you really want to enhance your performance, start operating from a space of love. It doesn't mean that you don't start because like, fuck them, I'm gonna show them I'm better than them. But you can't stay in that space. Because there's no autonomy in that. You really just become the mirror image of the person you hate. Have you noticed like most of the social justice movements is just taking the oppression they perceive from white people and flipping it backwards and then pushing it back at them? It's not innovation to where do we go from here? Right? And so when I look at black people, like I told myself, I thought about this the other day. If white people tomorrow said, America, this is all yours. Here you go. Here's all the money you need. Do you trust we're ready to manage it yet? Anybody think we can ready to manage it yet? And the reason I think all of us are pausing in that response is not because we don't believe in black people, but it's no difference if I told you, you're running your own company right now. You have two nephews, they never did shit before. They're in high school. Which one you want to give your company to? You're like, I don't know. They ain't did shit. So if black folks are not performing at a certain level and they gave us a country, we just think because you gave us something, we're going to just step up and perform at a certain level. It doesn't translate that easy. Responsibility is something that you got to work towards, right? Like even understanding freedom is not free. Freedom is not free. It's a responsibility. And so if you don't see us owning certain like if ghettos didn't exist to the level that ghetto existed, then I say, yeah, we ready to run some cities because we're managing our neighborhoods. If our schools were like tight as fuck because communities are rallying around these schools to make them better, fuck all the fun, y'all ain't got no money, cool, we're gonna make our schools tight. Right? I'm like, okay, shit. If child care for black women was like, oh, this shit crazy because black women are like, psh. If molestation was an open conversation that we were crushing it because black women were building this technology networking system to say, hey, we're gonna collaborate to make sure our children never get molested again. We showed ownership in certain categories. I'm not saying perfect, but just ownership. Then you're ready to take on ownership of a nation. But as long as you're saying they should, you should, how come they didn't, you owe me reparations, then are you really ready to manage your own nation? Those are hard questions. I'm not going to answer them now, but that's a hard question to ask, right? Because I can create some opposition to that argument as well. My point is that I want you guys just to kind of briefly look at this list and let it sit in your mind throughout the weekend. Let's leave that list up there for a few seconds. If some of you guys have a cell phone, take a picture of it because we're going to go to the slides in a minute. And at home, Josh, make sure you point the camera at that at home so you can see that. Or can you see that on the seat? Oh, using that one to see it? Huh? We got to do what? Yeah, okay. You want to add two more? Yeah, go ahead. That camera's not working? What's wrong with it? Oh, the PTZ? Try another thing too. Try plugging a power source to the PTZ in addition to the internet powering, and see if that helps out. But anyway, those of you at home, look at that list. You might want to just move that camera to the left a little bit so you don't have to left justify it so much. I know just like that's how you read, but that's not how, I'm just saying, that's not how everybody else.
Lord have mercy.
Y'all gonna have to forgive Josiah because Josiah is a returning Christian. He's been gone for a long time, so he's stuck between his Christianity and his sinner ways. Anyway, point is this. So let's move on.
So the two that I wanted to add was humbleness versus like the arrogant and cocky on the
I totally agree.
and then the other one, which goes back to like year 1 and 2 of Hope, of growth mindset versus fixed mindset.
I hella agree. You guys, some of you guys don't know about growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Fixed mindset is saying the way it is, the way it's always going to be, and you kind of like then move your whole life. So if you told you weren't good in algebra, you saying I'm never going to be good at algebra, and you kind of move through life like that. Growth mindset is that you see everything is evolving, including you, and so whatever your limits are yesterday has to do with your limits tomorrow. So it's a different kind of a mindset. Carol Welch from Stanford, Dweck, Carol Dweck from Stanford wrote a beautiful book called Growth Mindset, and it's referenced even from some of the dopest people in the game. So just a heads up, fixed mindset. Those who are coming from a hatred of white people have a tendency to be very fixed because they constantly tell themselves stories to keep the hatred alive, which pushes them into a fixed mindset. Growth mindset is an exploration, once again, creative exploration of solutions. And so you're constantly looking at growth, constantly. You're baking your whole movement around innovation. Total different. One's going to be also, I think, add one more. One's going to be offensive, one's going to be defensive. You can tell which one. So defensive, it'd be heavy, want to be more defensive heavy. So a hate focused movement is, for example, when you heard people say defund the police, they hated the police. They didn't necessarily love black people. Big difference. A love movement is going to be, how do we deal with crime in our communities, and how do we rethink about policing? What's right working in policing? Where do we find that happy medium? That's a whole different approach. What'd be kind of cool is Shabisha to send that over to Tennille, and the Tennille to post that in our Facebook group of characteristics that are separated between loving your people and hating opposition. Because you think it's about race, but trust me, in competition, you're going to get slapped. Slapped the fuck out. I mean, slapped like old school, I do declare, slap, right? And when you get that slap, you can focus on that slap and lose everything you have. Or you can take that slap as, what is it that I did wrong or position my business that I can be slapped like that? And what can I learn from that? If you keep your focus on where you're trying to go, as opposed to, or let's say you have a nonprofit and somebody gets funding that ain't shit and you are something. What happens if somebody gets venture capitalist investment and you don't get nothing, but your business is actually a better business? That derailment can happen so easily because you have this focus on hating the enemy. The problem with that, the long-term impact of hating the enemy, is self-destructive. It comes back to self-destruction. I don't know if you guys ever met a king or queen hater. That means like an activist who like the top of the game but operate from that hatred space. They're hard to be around. A lot of old Black Panthers got hate-based movements. They're hard to be around. You watch them talk, they don't even welcome opposition and conversation. If you oppose them, you're against all Black people. Really? I'm against you or all Black people? Right? They're so serious, they just disconnect from their people. So it's just important just to kind of see those big differences, because if you don't know the differences, they both can speak with such charisma. Go ahead, Tennille. Pass the microphone, somebody.
I know I'm coming in on the tail end of this, but as you were talking, what kept playing in my mind is it's actually a scripture. It says, "As a man thinketh, so is he," right? And I think about how when we're constantly thinking from a space of hate or envy we actually, in most cases, you end up becoming the thing that you
Yes.
hate in the other person. So
Yes.
if we're saying, oh, they're always hateful and mean, you actually become hateful and mean.
Mhm.
Now it might not be towards your selected group, but you still have that same energy.
Mhm.
So I always think about that.
Actually, to historically support your point, a lot of destruction of many people have always come in service of other people. So the person who's killing everybody, going, "I'm doing this in service of our race or our belief system," you'll find that if those hate people gain power, they're the most oppressive people there are, because that's the formula of how they see life. Where the group that's love are always going to be more innovators as they gain power. And so, operating from a space of hate, they also believe black people should do this. And if they don't do this, something's wrong with them. So if they get power, they're cool with forcing.
Yeah. And the only other thing I wanted to add is really it in most cases it usually ends up being just a matter of time before that same energy infiltrates their group, right? Their chosen group, because they'll start treating their own people like that, being envious and jealous and hateful and, not wanting to see you succeed and come after what you get. They don't want to do what you did to get it, but they want to talk about you. So it's a very thin line, like they say, between love and hate. You might start off saying, well, it's all on this group that I hate because of A, B, and C, but there's really no plug there, because it's like a poison. It just trickles into everything you end up doing, So that's all I
Absolutely.
wanted to share.
Well said. Well said. Go ahead, give it to Court. I'll be forgetting about Court. That's messed up, bro. Just out of your cold piece.
Just to add to your point, you think about a lot of the major movements that happen in our world, like our wars, they came from that same energy, and Germany's rise to build what they built was based on their humiliation after World War I and their hatred for the other countries who basically so-called set them up, and so they were going to rise back to the supreme race that they were before they got humiliated, and so they just found a conduit that helped them build something. Now, what they did to the Jews, they weren't even tripping on the Jews at the beginning. They were just building their country up, but they needed a scapegoat, somebody to blame for their failures and their losses, and they picked that group. And so, like what you said, it's a virus, it's a seed that if it goes unpoliced, that when you do gain power, then it magnifies too, and next thing you know, you're trying to kill off a whole race.
Well said.
It makes me wonder the unintended impact of constantly feeding what I believe is like poison to Black people around, always giving them someone to blame. Right? I'm gonna assume positive intent, but what is the long-term effect of constantly putting that conversation forward? The question for me is like, is that the most beneficial thing for us? And there's not a question about the progress needs to happen. It's the method. Is that helpful, or does it create a snag? Because you create this monster that's bigger than I will ever be able to beat, so then why bother?
I mean, think about this. No group could ever be perfect. There's no such thing, right? And so, at some point, as you grow, you'll step on somebody else's shoes, right? And so you got to know that somebody grew and accidentally stepped on your foot. They didn't intentionally, they didn't make their whole life about stepping on your foot. Or in business, people exploit opportunities, and sometimes there's groups, right? And the way you push back that exploitation is by. Did you have to put the sunglasses on though? But the way you change the exploitation is by the nature of how you build something, right? And so you balance the exploitation by how you build and create, right? And so I had a friend come by this weekend. He's from Chicago, and I was telling him, like, yo, Jews are not the problem, bro. This has something to do with Jews. like this conversation that's going to rise up about Jews, don't jump in that dialogue. I said Jews were at one point just like us. They had a little bit more money to make some investments that happened to work for them. And so now they're in front of us. We treat Jews no way any different than we treat anybody who makes more money. So, for example, Jay-Z has been called by a lot of people as Illuminati. A lot of people don't trust Jay-Z because he made cash in a world where they didn't expect him to make money, right? If you ever pay attention to that, anytime somebody black or people of color, well, black, Latino, make some money, all of a sudden they're seen as possible sellouts, right? And so you got to, that's that hatred space. When you and here's the thing, in the love space, you realize I don't need Jay-Z to give me all this fucking money. If Jay-Z cracks that gate open for an opportunity for us to exploit and gives us the information, then if I'm focused on, I'm looking at it as, thanks for that download, now let me make sure we use that tool to grow, right? I don't look for somebody to come get me. But when you're in a space of hate, you're always looking for somebody to come save you. Is our kids what I say, huh? Yeah. So y'all too. Here we go.
Chris Foster said, going back to the scripture, he said, it says, a man thinks in his heart, so is he. The heart is translated as our mind, will, and emotions. So thinking isn't just contained to our mind, it can infiltrate other parts of us.
Physically, hell, it destroys people. It's the modern day hermit. It's just disgusting. Go ahead.
I was thinking too, the difference too can be in conditions. Like on the love side, you don't have conditions. You love your people. So you're willing to take different routes to make sure that your people get to where they need to go. There's no conditions. It's unconditional. On the hate side, it's conditions. It's conditions. It's conditions. Everything is built around conditions. So you'll see there's people that you don't even know because they're not getting the accolades. They got their head down. They're doing the work. And it's not until you have a conversation with them and be like, how long you been doing this? 28 years. You've been doing this for 28 years? They ain't got no awards. They ain't got none of this shit. But they've been a conduit, sort of like you, cuz. Like,
hey, this is an Oakland class for these folks out there in Oakland. It's not like you, cuz.
Because like Hope has been a conduit for a lot of entrepreneurs. Let's just start saying that shit and stop playing. For the last 8 years, it's been a conduit for a lot of entrepreneurs. You ain't all, they're not inviting you to any of the big shit or us to any of the big shit and awards, but I best believe the concentration of entrepreneurial revenue in the last 8 years is huge coming from here, but we ain't tripping. We don't care. Mm-hmm. We don't even think about it. We don't even lose 1 minute of sleep because it comes from a place of love.
Yeah. You raise your hand, Sharisha? No, I'm just writing. Oh, just writing. Okay. Sharisha type like old school like this. Oh, Lord. That's it. You took that shit to 1950 typing styles. Hey, yeah, I don't care what you say. This, what they said, the news reporter. I forgot the most famous news reporter. If you guys go back, there's these famous things news people would say. Anyway, yeah, I think when you focus on hate, you neglect a lot of your talents. You're so busy focusing on what you focus on, like the white folks you hate, those who dealt them a blow, you celebrate. So you love Malcolm X, but you won't see all the activists who actually created progress, because only thing you can focus on, like if you had to do a pull down data and say, okay, let's just measure data. Oprah might have smoked Malcolm X in her impact in Black communities. Just might have. I'm not saying for sure. Just might have. But if you function from a space of hate, you wouldn't see Oprah. You just see Malcolm. And it's not that Malcolm was all hate, because he wasn't. But his speeches and tone was branded to us as he was, put up the middle finger to white supremacy, right? Or the Black Panthers, right? But you won't see movement groups who've been chugging along all this time. They won't be celebrated because they don't align with that energy. And so your networking. Let's add a very important one. The hate side is worse at building. The hate side can't build. They're learning everything. That the way they think about the world is tear down, resist, bad, negative, disconnect. The love side is living from a space of building. What can we create? What can we do? How can we help? How can we heal? So there, just by the very nature of that belief, it's a building mentality. The hate side is more or less like, who do we identify as wrong? How do we shout them down? How do we get rid of this person? How do we stop this? How do we get them to give us? That's kind of a hatred undertone. Where love is more or less like, yo, I want my people to have the best. And having the best, you learn how to shift that, what is required to achieve that best. Guys got that? You ready to jump into this lesson? All right, let's give it like a dun, 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 dun online so folks can do a copy. I heard that Sharisha said. Yeah, look, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Sharisha, cold piece. You should have been there, girl. You should have been there. It was that rum cake. Hey, I really want to tell y'all, but I really feel bad about saying this. Kaja brought this hella good rum cake, and I'm really feeling like I don't want to share with nobody else. I get where you're coming from now. Kaja, don't be bringing drugs to a class. That's crack. So those of you at home that didn't come to class today, Kaja brought some rum cake. And that rum cake, hey, I promise you, I had powdery white lips and run around, because it's like, hey, baby, can I just get another piece of cake? It's so good. It's so damn good. She balanced the taste of rum so perfectly that Pastor Chris would even have to apologize. And it's just, yet it's the sweet, the rum, the butter, the texture, I ain't gonna say the other one, but it's just so good. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm a dude. I don't say those type of things. Okay, we got to have some brothers in this class that are a little more trans. They can come on and tell you more about it. But right now, I'm stopping right there. But it, huh? Oh man, look here. I didn't want to tell y'all. Y'all came in late. I wanted to punish y'all, but like y'all came in late, and those of y'all who can make it, sorry. But but damn, I'm gonna share with y'all because y'all been riding with us. I ride with y'all. But if y'all get on that cake, don't feel bad because some of y'all might be pre-diabetic or something. So y'all need to stay away from that cake. And some of y'all know y'all need to be at the gym. So don't touch the cake. Just leave all the cake for me. I'll work it out. Anyway, so I just want to say. Y'all wrong as hell for bringing that cake. That cake is all right. And Kaja made that cake too now. Hey, she can make her $5,000 back real fast, can't she? Man, look here. That money come back real fast. Look, she have none at the lake selling cake for her. Y'all need to get this right now. I be trying to put my little markup on it, and I promise you I get it. I get that markup. Yeah, that cake is good. Pastor Chris, this is one time you should have left the church and came here first, but that's okay. He gonna learn him something. Anyway,
Told him if they stay ready, they ain't got to get ready. That's how I started saying
those of you in this class, they're gonna be happy. So if everybody start getting a little giggly a little bit later, and that rum might be working. Anyway, so with that being said, let's roll into. Oh, by the way, so next week we're gonna have more pastries and pizza. So everybody invited, please come on in, join us next week. We're gonna make it the last class festive. Also, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. We're doing a lot more talking in these classes. This is what me and Court, are aiming toward. We're gonna design based upon Court has some ideas. I have some ideas. We're gonna try to blend and marry some of these ideas, test those ideas. If it doesn't work, we'll reinvent them. But the whole purpose of class is to make it a time for us to talk a little bit more, get some feedback a little bit more, reflect a little bit more, dive into complex ideas together. So a little less, we'll have some lecture classes because it's just going to require that robustness to raise the elevation of the conversation. If you don't integrate proper lectures, you can find the conversation kind of flatlining. So we want to constantly push and challenge the conversations to get higher and higher, and then challenge us to come in the room and dialogue and engage and talk and take ownership of these new lessons so that then we can take ownership in our personal life. So let's jump into the slides. Let's go to the first slide. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me pull up because Josiah gonna block the whole damn screen from me. I tell you, that's my friend. So hold your stomach again so I can see the picture. Okay, there you go. So anyway, I am not stopping. Don't give him a microphone, nobody. So anyway, let's get started. Sharisha, go ahead. Let's get started.
Following the Head Start model already established, Early Head Start aimed to support parents in taking a more active role in their children's educations. One of the linchpins, read non-negotiables, of Early Head Start is its home visit services. Twice a month, a worker visits each family for about an hour and a half and helps parents find ways to stimulate their child's development.
Mm-hmm.
In the years after Early Head Start launched, the home visiting program yielded significant gains in school readiness and strengthened parenting practices.
Mm-hmm.
A win all around, at least when done on a small scale.
Mm-hmm.
However, when the program scaled, it experienced considerable voltage drops, specifically with home visits for at-risk families. Upon closer scrutiny, it turned out that there was a significant variation in the quality of home visits across the country. More people served at scale meant more opportunities for the quality to slip.
So this is something to understand. I hate this causation that you see in politics and you see flood our communities of they did this, they did that, they did this. It implies that everything that happens in this world is intentional. It's not. Shit changes when the environment changes. You are not, your willpower only has so much power. It's probably one of the reasons I think I like religions, because it teaches you that you're not the most powerful thing in a world of many. You're just not. You're part of the power, but you're not the most powerful thing. When you grow a company, what you attend and what will happen, there's natural forces out there that will change circumstances. I had a friend of mine, he had a small apartment in Oakland, and decided to get him a nice house in Atlanta. I told him, you're not ready for those changes. It wasn't about money. He had the money for it. He didn't have the time for it. He had an acre of land. He realized, oh shit, I gotta cut that grass? Like, what the hell, right? He wasn't prepared for $20,000, $40,000 dips in his pocket because things need to be upgraded. He wasn't prepared for keeping a big ass house clean, heated. You understand me? He wasn't prepared for all the different things that went along with cultural changes around a big ass house. How do friends change? How the world change around you? What are the new relationships? There's some positives and some negatives. The point is this: we think you could change infrastructure, change cities, change friends, change growth. When things grow, they change. And whatever your original idea was may completely disappear as it grows. But all your original intent, all your original plans, all your original business plan, trash. You can get to 10 people and all your plans change. God forbid 100. I remember when I used to work for PG&E, I was one of the first. PG&E, when they hired early techies, I was one of the first ones. If we decided we wanted to change one small thing in the software across the company, I remember there was this one guy, he decided just to flip that switch. You know how much millions of dollars he cost that company? Because there's so many variations of diversity of how people are engaging their computers, and so much diversity in technology, so much diversity in user levels. That change was chaos on 10, small as hell. But if you did it on one computer, it probably been unnoticed. Unnoticed. That's why companies don't let automatic updates happen. That's why a lot of cell phone companies won't let automatic updates happen, because complexity of diversity, right? And sometimes an update may take 6 to 3 months after the update is finished and designed. It can roll out to the individuals within weeks or days. And even in that, they have a testing process where they roll out to like the smallest group to kind of expand the groups. But even after they finish that, then companies have to take another step because it may not integrate with some of that legacy technology. The same thing with your business strategies, your people management, your banking account, your investments. Everything changes as you grow. When I was small, you had a checking account and a savings account, right? There's some money in savings, there's some money in checking. It was A, B, C, leave me alone, right? Versatile, not Versatile, ATM card, Versatile, whatever. Look, I'm vintage like this hat. Versatile. You understand me? But the thing is that they had these cards you would throw in. George's like, what the hell is a Versatile? Is that a tax word? What the hell? But you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'll bring it back, baby. But so then when I grew my company, I had to shift a large portion of my money into money market, into different savings. All of a sudden, I'm dealing with the famous investment company in San Francisco. Charles Schwab's. I'm dealing with different investment companies. Bank of America sends you a banker, and now every time you spend money, you make money. Right? Your money's making interest, and then when you spend money, you make money, and then you have to learn how to use your money to make money that you don't even use that sits on the side, right? No one had to think about that shit. Then taxes change. When I was small, I was so proprietor. Paid my little tax, lied all I could. Hey, I'm keeping it 100. Didn't you lie too? Come on, you lied a little bit. Didn't you lie a little? Oh, yeah, wait, it's still too early? Okay, well, 3 years from now, let me ask you the same question. But I'm just saying, lied all I could. When I hit a certain level, lying was dangerous. And so you had to learn the tax game. You had to hire a tax person that just pretty much tells you how to structure your business to cut taxes, right? Things change. One time I took all the pride of, if you see this work here, Nana has something to do. Nana put his hands on that. Now, Mashama will call me all the time talking about, yeah, we just project for this. We're like, well, you didn't tell me about that shit. Oh, I'm out shopping somewhere. Somebody like, oh, you 510. They did this for us. They don't even know I'm a founder. I don't even know about the work anymore. Like, you lose relationships with people. When you're small, everybody in the company, like their family member name, what triggers them. Get to about 100 people. Hey, lady, what's that lady name? And you paying her $200,000 a year. What's her name? What's her name again? What does she do here again? Oh, okay. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Yes, Lord. Amen. Right? That's what Chris Foster probably got to do because he got thousands of people around him. But anyway, the point is this. As you grow, things change. A small mistake, large, can cost you millions. The same mistake, small, could cost you $1,000. The bigger you get, the more expensive your mistakes. And you got to build tolerance for them because it's part of the game. If you're a large department store, you can't worry about people stealing from you. That's just part of your cost. If you're selling at the flea market, you worry about everything. You ain't got no cost to give up. Right, guys, at the food market, the whole food, right? You don't steal my jelly. Huh? Pause. Hey, you know what? It's coming back, man. I'm not stopping. Shh. Hey, I love my LGBTQ plus friends, my trans friends. They been love my masculine ass. I'm masculine as shit. Kiss my ass. So diversity is accepting. Somebody pause me. Yeah, pause. So y'all, you know what? None of y'all and Chris Foster, you've been a type one word, Chris. You've been a type one word because I got Lakers stuff coming for you. Point is this, but I know he typing. He ain't no good. That's why I love him because he ain't no good. Point is this, but the thing is that diversity is the acceptance of differences at the crossroad. That's how I define diversity. The acceptance of differences. I believe I'm diverse as hell. I don't believe in that this championing certain people to be more superior to others. Is how can we accept the differences even within my own race at the crossroads? Some of y'all can't be diverse with hood brothers or hood sisters, right? A hood sister's coming here right now with her super long eyelashes and that weed that looked like it was burnt plastic. Y'all gonna have like, right? I see her just as much as I see a sister coming here with her Fendi bag and she got that long shirt on that just floats behind her because she got that kind of swag. They both my people. Anyway, let me get going. So this is a lesson that systems thinking is necessary because systems are greater than your individual desires. Next slide.
Problem was The more at-risk families Head Start workers visited, the more they were greeted by parents facing many more distractions than the typical parent has to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
These parents, understandably, had much less time to devote to their kids' schooling.
Mm-hmm.
They were too busy keeping food on the table and making sure the bills got paid.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, life was getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, the home visits drifted away from Early Head Start's method and mission.
Mm-hmm.
It was no longer Early Head Start as originally designed and tested. It had morphed into something that sounded the same, but was actually quite different and less effective.
Side note, even though we're reinforcing some of the challenges of growth, this is why you can't compare yourself to white people. Something that works in Walnut Creek is different because of the economic class of Walnut Creek. If you go to East Oakland, if you want the same idea to work, you have to take in some of the social, cultural constraints, some of the scarcity challenges. So this is why we say white people do this and black people do that. Cut that language out because it smothers innovation. You got to start looking for innovation amongst, once again, that love versus hate. If you're looking at your people looking for innovative opportunities, it doesn't mean you can't learn from other people, but you got to learn about, like, what is their cultural, what's the cultural differences? What are their rhythm differences? Like, how do they use their time throughout the day? What are some of the economic challenges? What are some of the stories they're telling themselves? If you don't see those differences, if it doesn't, you can't say, this is why I don't mess with you. Hear this. This is one of those dumbest shits I ever hear. This is why I don't deal with black people, because they. And I always often say is, you didn't design for black people. You didn't take consideration. If you open up a fancy, like, Walnut Creek walk-in and one person working the front counter, fancy ass clothes store in Eastmont Mall, I pray for you. Next slide.
The home visit services ceased to maintain fidelity to their non-negotiables at scale because Early Head Start didn't fully understand those non-negotiables.
Mm-hmm.
Parents having the time and focus to engage with their kids' learning to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
The consequence was a drop in participation, which only further isolated many children from services that might have benefited their development and future lives.
Oakland schools, that's almost a solution. You can almost like plug into fixing Oakland schools. A lot of parents who have their kids in public school in Oakland don't have that kind of money to be in the school all the time and up in school and have that kind of flexibility, right? And so because of their lifestyles, you look at a school like somewhere in Castro Valley, like, oh, see, the white folks care about their kids. That's not true. That's not true, right? Because if you envy white people, you're always doing that comparison. If you love your people, you start saying, what's the difference? What's the breakdown? How come it's not working here? And so if you want to work on solutions that have to do with our own community, you have to see the differences in cultural lifestyles to design smart systems and solutions. There's a solution for inner city kids, but what happens is that because when we do the comparison, the last part of this paragraph is that when the system didn't work because we did a comparison, we neglect our own kids. All of our mental energy goes away from it just ain't gonna work because of racism, because this is, because of that. Come up with all these things of why it ain't gonna work. Our brain shuts down. Our kids still have to go to school tomorrow, and it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. If any of you guys ever have a free chance to live in big cities, do me a favor. Take a field trip to your local junior high and high school, not the nice ones, the inner city ones. If you want to see the world, and you really want to see the next generation coming out of high school, what they're gonna look like, you need to go see that. And you'll realize is that because we keep trying to copy, I don't think we don't have black people who don't care. I think we have a lot of black people who care. A lot of black people who care about kids. Enough to the point that we can almost smother the system and redesign it. But we keep trying to copy and paste strategies that don't work. And right now, if you look at it, we had an invasion of white young women from colleges coming down to black schools to educate our kids. And they try to copy and paste those methodologies on our kids, further underserving our kids. And you shouldn't get mad at the white girls either, because this ain't about white girls. You can't get mad at them because they just thought, this is what I know, I'm trying to help. See the value of them trying to help. It's up to us to take that space back. But as we take that space back, we got to see our kids. You got to see their families. You got to see their neighborhoods they live in. You got to see their economic conditions, right? And a lot of times the solutions are from people who don't sound so articulate. If you just go listen to black folks, you'll sit down with a sister on the corner on the block or a brother from the streets that was just selling dope last week and tell you, yo, this is what the deal is. But too often we turn to academics who can't see our people and ask them how to solve the problem, and they just as far from the problem. Because once again, when you want to scale an idea, you have to have your finger on the pulse of what our people are dealing with. Straight up. All right, next slide.
With programs where academic research intersects with governmental, philanthropic funding and nonprofit implementation, program drift is quite common.
Ooh, wait a minute, say that again, because wait a minute, we know this one personally, right, Shabisha? Hey, he says one more time. You probably should say this like Chris Foster at church, but go ahead.
I don't know how Chris Foster do it.
He gives energy. Go ahead.
Okay, let me try.
Like, he got the energy.
No, I can't do it. With programs where academic research intersects with governmental philanthropic funding and nonprofit implementation, see, program drift, is quite common.
Go ahead, Shabisha. Go ahead. Hey, Pastor Chris got flavor. Here's the thing. You know why that drift happens there? Just in that little space right there? No data. Let me share something with you guys that's very important. So it's this thing called ESG. It's how companies are measured by your cultural value. I wish you guys should learn that. So if you guys decide to become an activist, learn about ESG. Every company has ESG ratings of how are you towards environmental, social, and governance, right? And so it's a list. You just type of ESG meaning in Google, it'll pop up for you. But here's one of the dangers of managing ESG and this new generation of people coming out in business. People coming into business care a little bit more about society. This generation. That 20 years ago, they came out, they didn't give a shit. It was about their money. Today, more and more entrepreneurs are coming into the game caring about the greater society. But there's a danger to that. And here's a small danger. You start to care so much that you stop making decisions based on data and start making decisions based on feelings. This is a new virus in modern day corporate America, which is a lot of people are making decisions based on feelings and then divorcing data because this energy of other, like I got into this to help the world, I feel good, you feel good, we feel good. Now we become a group that the status of how we feel takes over, and before you know it, we're no longer looking at data, we're looking at how we feel about what we decided. So just be careful. Those of you who care, that's why when I'm talking to you quite often, Kaja, it's not you, it's a phenomenon. Is that when you care about people a lot of times, it seeps into your brain unconscious to you. It's not intentional. You don't say, I'm doing it because it makes me feel good. But it'll start to overwhelm you because you start to get used to it. It's almost like a drug. You get used to that drug of feeling good because of how you gave back, how you did these things, but you're divorcing data. And what's important about divorcing data is that good is not always good. Sometimes good is bad. And in order for you to make that distinction, you have to have something like some type of feedback or data or some type of insight program. Otherwise, you out here causing more damage thinking you're doing good, or you kind of have this very narrow, it's like you so focus on this, you don't see all this other stuff. Because remember, focus means that you're ignoring something else. You don't focus and see everything. Like everybody in this room, as you focus, by default, entrepreneurs practice biased thinking because you practice focusing. But when you focus, it's what you can't see, sometimes a problem. That's why you need other people to be great entrepreneurs. Basic formula.
Yeah. And feelings run out and they don't pan out because you don't have data to support it. So people suffer in silence because it was so emotionally given. Now I don't want to say this shit is not working.
Yeah.
We need to talk about it, but you can't get that because it was an emotional decision to begin with. And now even to say that, you risk someone going off on you. And so it's just easy or not really. You're not really doing the due diligence around the idea. You leave all of that because emotions make it very difficult to move forward or to evolve or innovate.
I mean, nonprofits, churches,
Man,
government, you guys have to be very careful of that.
man.
Feeling good shit will get you, it'll have you drunk. And so drunk you can't see strategy. Keep going.
Okay. Often,
You good?
this is due to funding coming from multiple sources, each with their own priorities and agendas. For example, a foundation whose donors want improved test scores from everyone, a school district that requires no child to be left behind, and university researchers who want publishable results. Each party might impose demands that dilute the non-negotiables. Voltage drops in such situations are especially insidious because properly evaluating programs that are scaled in the public system takes a long time, which allows failure to go unchecked for years. Thus, lots of money and human effort are misspent before the problems are identified, understood, and rectified.
You okay, Josh? I mean, you gotta do some water? Okay. Just make sure because you turn red, like, Jesus. Hey, okay, Santa. But the point is this, okay, so you about as red as Santa. But hopefully you're okay. I need you to be okay because we love you. So I say my jokes until you get better. When you get better, I'm gonna tell jokes. But yeah, the thing is that you see how that can unfold, how it can run for so long unchecked. It's such emotion, it can get buried. Like the original bad strategy can get buried behind all these emotional layers get built on top of it. And the top layer sounds so good to everybody's ear, but it's built on a sand foundation. Next.
The concept of drift isn't exclusive to the slow-moving world of policy interventions and academic research. It plagues businesses as well, especially when the quality of a product fails to maintain the standards of customer satisfaction.
Oh, stop. COVID caused so much drift, it was ridiculous. You know how many people, because of COVID, they lost certain employees or whatever, and they hire less quality employees, and the quality of their products and services dropped. There's my favorite pizza place in LA. The one I sent you everybody up here, pizza dropped because they brought in new workers. The flavor of the sauce is still the same, but the pizza was moist. I don't do moist pizzas. I said it dropped. I didn't say it was great. It was moist. It was so good. No, I didn't say that. I said it dropped, right? My favorite Italian restaurant in Alameda. Trabocco's was a go-to. Like you said, I could send a hater Trabocco's. Lately, I've been getting stuff back from Trabocco's talking about, man, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like Trabocco. There's a lot of places fail. There's clothing place. Maintaining those non-negotiable qualities is a must, but you got to identify them first. If you look at your business as a whole, the whole engine is equal, you flatline everything equal, you have to rank the value of your business. That way you know what to throw overboard when the business is going rough. Some of y'all throw away the most important shit because it costs the most, when it's the most valuable thing. Like if you have 4 employees, who do you fire first? And sometimes it might be like, well, I don't want to fire, like say, okay, I'm gonna make up some, so let's say Fighting Media was sinking. Do I fire my administrator or my designer first? If y'all was here, that shit was hilarious. She said when I fired administrator designer, she said designer. And it would be and here's the thing that would make that decision. It wouldn't be based upon the easy answer of administrator. That's too easy and it's not actually accurate. It's based upon the value, who has the most value, and also what can I outsource and survive. So let's say my designer didn't really own the personality of the company was put upon the methodology of the company. Maybe the designer goes first. If the administrator is just checking boxes, maybe an administrator goes. It really depends, but you got to be able to rank that. And it doesn't mean that rank is static. It can change. But you got to know where to make those cuts at. Otherwise, you can cut the things that matter the most. All right? Go ahead. Let's keep going. Next one.
At Jamie's Italian, for instance, the combination of poor management and overstretched resources.
Okay, Jamie. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. And overstretched resources caused the quality of its food to deteriorate, what the author Paul Midler calls quality fade. Interestingly, the place where mission drift has drawn the greatest scrutiny is at the intersection of nonprofit and for-profit enterprises.
So real quick before we get to that. So this is why, like, if you ever watch The Prophet, he really looks at what's your non-negotiables and how do we structure that, and then how do we scale that and protect the quality experience. Often, sometimes even dropping the quality by 10% before you scale it. So as you scale it, you can maintain that 10% lower. So for example, you might be able to produce, let's say if Akaja decided to make those cakes for Nano every day, and she had to, if she making a cake herself, great, right? The quality's gonna stay maintained because she knows all the grandmother's secrets. But if she decides to outsource it to a company that makes cakes for her, it may drop by 5 or 10%, but it might be unnoticeable to me. Or the market can tolerate that 5 or 10% where it's irrelevant. But if she takes her personalization of it and go, it's just not as good as mine's, that's stopping her from scaling. But if she finally says, okay, let me let it go, she'll find that it's important to invest in a smart solution, because as that company grows, if she continues to hold on to the recipes, it's going to drop in quality because she's one person. The more you stretch your labor thin, you're going to have a voltage drop. So you have to be very clear what value has to offer. And then also, too, when you hire new employees, let me say, I don't think I've ever brought this. I'm not sure about this up. In growing a company and hiring new employees, first thing you have to do in order to properly grow a company is to realize that growth is an investment. You don't buy new employees. You don't pay for new employees. You invest in a new employee. But you can't make the investment if your money's growing in your early stages and you're spending money just as fast as you're growing, you have no room for investment. You want to cut your overhead in your personal life and your business life as low as possible. So then when you get a window to invest in a specialist, a talented person, a person that can actually improve team production, whatever quality you decide you need, you make that investment. And quite often as you make that investment, your personal pay may not go up right away. So let's say you had your own company and you're making $60,000 a year. $20,000, I don't care. Just say $20,000 to $60,000, $20,000. It hurts my feelings. But let's say $30,000, $40,000 a year in Midwest. If you're in California, you had a $60,000. That's pretty tight. You're roommating. So you got one employee working for you now, and you decide to add another employee. You'll have a hard time adding another employee if you shifted your income up first. You want to add that employee if you get that window because you've been saving in your personal life, and then let the other employee make your financial increase. You get what I just said there? So if I'm making $60,000 working with Shakina and her coolest glasses ever, like she's cool as fuck. If y'all was at home right now, y'all change your game based on the way she looks right now because she's fly. But let's say you was working with Shakina. Shakina's my only employee, okay? And then I start making more money. I don't start paying myself right away. What I do is that's my investment money. I'm going to invest to make more, not just take from my profits to make more. So I'm going to hire you now, Kaja, right, as an investment, which is going to increase my overall gross income, which then allows me to then pay myself more money. Because eventually, I should be able to hire enough people where I don't work every day. Yeah, but that's beginning. I'm talking about from first employee. When I hired Mashama in the beginning, I had to make sure that his work, as I promised, was always consistent, and I never broke the consistency because he's a valuable asset to my growth, right? Best investment I've ever made first of all, as a human and as a business is my business partner, which he's my brother. It's funny because I get in front of a bullet for that cat. So as I invested in him, right, there was months that I didn't get paid a lot, but he didn't know it. So let's say in the early stages, he was taking home every 2 weeks, $2,000 or $3,000 every 2 weeks, right? He gets his money. I can't say, oh, this month, I can't pay you. Guess what I'm about to do? I'm about to lose it to my competition. I got to first protect his income and say, no matter what the fuck happens over here, it's my responsibility to make sure you're safe. That means that if I have to make that sacrifice, but he's my investment also. So it's my job to not just hire him and sit back and be like, all right, make me some money and twiddle my fingers. My thing is, how do I optimize my investment? How do I change the system where when he does 2% of work, I get 10% output, or 20% output, or 30% output, or 40% output? I can't have him doing 2 for 2. I'm dying. That's laziness on my side. So if I bring in a dope designer, how can I expand the business, grow the business, get his products in front of more people, design an internal business so I can maximize his input, right? Which now grows my salary. But then when the money comes in, because I'm trying to grow, I don't go, well, shit, I made extra $30,000 this month, so I'm gonna pay myself $27,000. No, you don't. I don't start driving fancy cars right away. No, you don't. You don't find fancy clothes. No, you don't. You don't be in Cancun and all the little sexy Cancun parts. No, you don't. You hold up for a minute and you say, what's the area that if I made an investment right now, it would grow my business 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? You identify what that is, and all you can think about is, I'm going to make that investment. Now, you may make the investment where, let's say, Court came on, he's $100,000 a year. All I have is an extra $100,000, right? But $100,000, I'm not going, here's a $100,000, let's go to the year. His goal to bring me in this next year, $200,000 or $300,000. So I'm investing $100,000 in him to make $200,000 or $300,000 back. I'm trying to make money off of him. All my employees are investing. Now, at some point, as you go to a certain point, you want to service your product, service your services, and you put in these individual employees that will protect the quality as you scale your business up, right? But in the early stages, you got to invest in human labor for growth. But you don't buy human labor for growth. You invest. I mean, you're trying to get a return on everybody you bring on your team when you're small. You don't make that feel like that environment. You don't show up every day and be like, yo, what's up, investment? You better give me some motherfucking money or you get out of here today, right? How much I make off you today? You're not a pimp. Don't turn yourself into a full distribution. Don't become a pimp. The point is this. I'm not saying, I just heard some things in the grapevine. The point is that what you try to do is you turn everything you spend money on as a return on your investment. And you'll be surprised. There might be somebody you paying $2,000 a month. In the first 5 months, nothing happens. And in the 6th month, they bring you back $30,000. Oh, that was a hell of an investment. I don't want to hear about the $2,000 a month when it didn't work. That's not a complaint another entrepreneur wants to hear from you. It's like, because you might be playing a long-term investment where, like there's a person I'm gonna pay right now that's gonna be charged over donations. They're gonna cost me about $2,000 or $3,000 a month. They give me 1-2 investments, they pay their money back. But when you're paying that $3,000 a month and they feel like nothing happened and they're out there working and nothing's coming back, that's not a complaint. That's business. Go ahead, Kaja. So I get her a microphone. Yeah.
So how long do you determine is long enough to wait to see a return on the investment?
It depends. It depends on the nature of the investment. There's no just one model, right? So I usually measure my investments within a yearly measurement, right? I can look at it also based upon momentum, based upon target of what I'm focusing on. So if I have this target I'm going on, and I'm looking at the momentum of the employees' participation. Because sometimes you can hire a dud, right? There's good investments, bad investments, right? But you see it as you're in business of probability. So it's like you're in a more sophisticated version of Las Vegas. You're not going to win all the time. But in that process, you should own how that return is going to look, what the system you design for the return. As a business owner, you need to own that conversation. It should not be an invisible investment. So as you map the strategy of why you brought that person in, if you brought a person in, let's say Shakita found somebody who was a trainer. The trainer's like, yo, I want $70,000 a year. but she brings in you, she brings you $120,000, $130,000, $140,000 a year, $150,000 a year. She paid for herself. If she brings you just $70,000, now you gotta ask yourself, does she have long-term value and you're not maximizing the system around her? Or is this really the most she's gonna be able to pull, no matter the industry standard is the top performers in this area don't really have any impact past this number here, right? So your ability to recognize that everything you buy in your company, you're looking for a return. When you get to the point where you start spending money because you're just trying to make it look good, then you're not doing business. That's what you're just not doing business. I mean, if any of y'all have kids and you decide to buy furniture, you gotta think about long-term effect of that furniture. You see some of this little foo-foo, cute little flip furniture, and you got a little boy, no, not in my house. It ain't gonna work past 5 minutes, right? Same thing with investments. When you're doing investments, like, okay, customer interaction, what's gonna return, how it's gonna have this emotional value that could translate into economic value, turn into like the cost of customers. I mean, if I don't got customer turnover, that's cost me too much money. How do I make my customer loyal to my business? What do I need to design in my environment that will have them have continuous spending, right? What would get them to tell their friend, brag about, hey, let's go to this person's business, so they can brag about their status as they bring people to your business because you made the investment in your business.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Maybe you and Core could speak to this. So right now, the current narrative, especially when you're very small, is social media ads or any sort of like social media and campaign kind of thing is going to grow your audience. Excluding whether or not that's right or wrong, especially when they first start out, social media is seen as a way to drive awareness really quickly. And it rarely ever works out that way because no one knows about them, right? So they will, and the cost of doing that is growing, it's more expensive these days. So they will say, I did that and it didn't work. I spent this money and it didn't work. And so I'm wondering if you could speak about it from starting a new idea. Not even necessarily first 5-10 media days, but let's say the first time you started to really get into the game of advertising and running those kinds of campaigns, did you think about your ROI and a different time span that you did on something else that you've been clicking along with a little differently? Like, how did you see them differently?
Yeah, okay, a couple things. There's different curves. I'm gonna try not to get too technical. There's different curves for returns on investment, right? So the more you're in the innovation, the slower the return, right? So for example, let's say you do something no one's ever done before. It's a slow market adjustment. Something could be very innovative, the best thing in the world, but the market's not used to it. It takes a long time for adaptation, right? And adaptation, before you start, it's called the S-curve. It's a slow process of growth, right? So a lot of times you're playing the long game. That's why you see a lot of .coms that innovated with technology. They got all that venture capitalist money. They're playing the S-curve. That takes a long ass time, right? Court innovation space is a little different. His can move a lot faster than, say, something, because without shrinking, athletic wear is athletic wear is athletic wear. Now, you could twist it, change it, flip it, adjust it, quality adjust it, brand it, all these different things, but they know of athletic wear. It's not like when the court brings out a sweatshirt, they be like, what the fuck is that, right? Ooh, right? And so his expected time on return is totally different. Third thing that they equate into that equation of what you just talked about is just because you do something don't mean you did it well. One of the reasons I think a lot of entrepreneurs are dying on the vine, because when they decide they want to do social media, they just go out there and hire somebody and go out there social media. And when they hire somebody, because they're dealing with scarcity, they don't see it as an investment, they're taking the low bidders. Quite often, low bidders can't even own your investment, right? Like a freelancer, it's rare you find freelancers that can give you an ROI. A freelancer get like, so you say, I want a dope logo. Freelancer, it's a higher gamble because they're not going to take on more of the investment insights you need on how this is going to impact the bottom line. They might not even want to stay around for the testing process. It might be like, here's your logo, here's my $200, I'm out, right? Social media and all these type of things, you need peers, you need relationships, you need quality services. So even when people say, I did it and it didn't work, I think you should never make, that's a bad comment, period. There's an ignorance in that comment. You should say, I tried it this way, it didn't work. What is it that I'm missing? Right? And then what I'm missing, there is cases where social media may not work for that particular campaign, right? You may have misapplied it. But if you don't start off with what am I missing as opposed to it didn't work, so what else can I do? Then that's just a bad strategy way of thinking, period. Because strategies are not, even good strategies are not based upon right versus wrong. Some of them based on timing. What might be right today could be wrong tomorrow. What could be wrong today could be right tomorrow, right? What might be wrong to this crowd might be right to this crowd. What might be right to this crowd could be wrong to this crowd. What might be wrong in this scenario, in this investment, may be wrong right tomorrow because that system changed. So there's a level of depth of ownership that's required for all investments. I think this whole idea of, if you really have to get into that, like to really dive into that, it's when you look at investments as the silver bullet. This thing is going to make me. And you release your ownership of it. If you decide to take on any new tool in your company, you got to be prepared to take on ownership. And it doesn't mean that you necessarily own it, but at least somebody on your team needs to own it and give you enough feedback, enough insights. And you still have to have a certain degree of ownership because even, let's say if I ask Tennille, hey Tennille, 510 Media needs a better social media campaign. I need to study up on that on myself so I can engage in a healthy dialogue with her to even know if she's qualified to do that job. Otherwise, I might take Tennille's brilliance and assume it just transfers over when that's not her expertise. So there's a lot of gaps there that is based on this foundation that there's a silver bullet. Go ahead.
I was going to also add this based on your conversation about new companies that just get started, or if you don't have any presence anywhere. You cannot underestimate the power of your interaction with one person. So anything, like I started my first company in the 90s, 1999. And so there was no internet like that. So it was go to the printing spot and go print 5,000 flyers. You know what I'm saying? And so we would post up and we called it bleeding the block and pass out flyers and not just pass them to people. We would engage. Hey, do you like so-and-so? Whatever we were selling, do you like so-and-so? Are you interested in so-and-so? Yeah, well, hey, this is what I'm doing. Let me explain it to you. And give them their pitch, because the goal was to connect with them emotionally so they don't make your flyer a Frisbee. And so we know that there's going to be a lot of people that make the flyer Frisbee, but how many people can we be like, man, I like them, that's cool, and fold that shit up and put it in a jacket and go to the website or go buy the thing. So even in today's time with social media, when we first got started, motherfuckers not following us. Nobody give a fuck about who Courtsmith is or care. So I can sit here and try, and we did it. We made the mistakes. I paid the $5,000 and got bit into some social media manager that I didn't do my due diligence on, and they didn't do shit, and I didn't get no more followers. I already drunk that and lost. But at the same time, we started focus on one kid, one person. How can we impact and spoil and have make an experience for this one person? And then, hey, pull out your phone. You you enjoyed this interaction? Pull out your phone. Boom. Here, I'll follow you. You follow me. Boom. Cool. Here, take this free thing, man. Here, let's take a picture. Next thing you know, they're going to get you 10 more followers because they enjoyed that interaction. It's the power of one. And then everything else he said is like the book we read, the E-Myth book is like, I learned this after I read that book. Well, from reading that book is management by delegation instead of management by abdication. We have such that fight or flight kicks in when we're not unsure of some shit, or it's a arena that we're not strong in, like social media. So if somebody says, yeah, I'm a social media expert, how much? 5,000. Okay, I walk away and sit back and watch, versus I'm gonna do some research too so I can have a conversation to know if you bullshit me or not. So I'm managing by delegation, not abdication. I'm not leaving the situation.
That's it. And let me add one more thing to his strategy. That's brilliant. When you're focusing on one person, you're really not focusing on one person. It's easier for the brain to develop judging, the hardest person to read is yourself. When you look at a group of people, it's easy to escape yourself. They. But when you didn't make little Michael happy, it's like Michael becomes a mirror to you. And all of a sudden you see yourself, you see the mistakes you're making, you understand like, damn, you know what? Let me change this. It helps you to develop an internal honest conversation by working on that individual person. It accelerates some of your growth and development as you take each individual and see how you can improve with them. It helps you see the group a little bit easier. But it's like the same thing like in marketing. If I show you a group of people who got sick, you don't care. But if I show you one person got sick, your brain cares more. So it's a better way to really focus in on self-assessment is by seeing the individual customers. All right? Next one.
Over the last several decades, businesses have increasingly reoriented to include social impact in their strategic priorities, while many nonprofit entities have simultaneously had to develop for-profit arms to sustain their operations.
Mm-hmm.
What this means in practice is that we now see venture capital firms trying not just to make truckloads of money, but also to improve the world while doing so.
ESG, go ahead.
While nonprofit groups try to support their programs with for-profit businesses.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the American Association for Retired Persons
I don't know anything about that. Go ahead.
funds its advocacy with an insurance-based business that generates more than $1 billion annually.
Tell Chris to send you his card, picture of his card. Go ahead.
Researchers have found that in both social and commercial enterprises, these dual pulls of serving two masters often leads to mission drift.
Mm-hmm.
When generating both profit and social good is non-negotiable, resources are often spread too thin to provide the necessary support to each.
That's what Hope was. Hope was I made a choice not to drift from 510 Media and not to drift from Hope. I'm split too thin. I can't service Hope, 510 Media, and a brand new daughter. And I'm not drifting on my daughter. That's my success, right? Like, if I close my eyes tomorrow, I want her to be pleased with the work I did. Not, I was riding a clean-ass whip. There's just no value on that shit, right? And so the reality is that, but also the other drift is strategy drift. Strategy drift is that you start to mix the two strategies together and realize one is for the other. So if you call me about my business, I'm a shark. You call me about my nonprofit, I'm loving. It's two different animals. Like, I'm really harsh because the game I'm playing is real. Like, you know, like I'm gonna dunk on whoever the fuck you are if I'm in 510 Media. I don't give a shit. If your uncle died last night and your wife just left you, I'm dunking on you. I don't give a shit. I'm scoring. Get off the court if you can't handle this. But in my nonprofit, I'm gonna sit down and go, hey man, why you think you can't play? I'm gonna stop and maybe have a conversation with you. That's the difference. So I gotta make sure I don't come here also dunking on y'all. What? Man, fuck your beliefs. Get the fuck out of my face. And I think the first year I did that. I blended two. So I learned to strategically, and that's why I'm very rigid on when I work on Hope stuff, and I don't work 1 minute past that. And I give 80% of my time towards my work time towards 510 Media, but I'm also take the COVID as an opportunity and slow periods in our work as an opportunity to really dive deeper on hope, and then we run it on auto until the next slow period happens. I can't go full time because sometimes I sit down with people like, well, why don't you do this, this, and this, and this? It's called drift. And I don't want to lose 510 Media because that's my bread. Like, I don't really get paid for this. This is, man, if Hope was paying me, hey, man, I have me a box outside, right? There's no money for that. Where I get my money from is 510 Media. And so I got to keep that going strong. Plus, 510 Media is also a mission-based business. It's not just a business to get cash. We're serving a mission. It's a very pro-Black mission behind 510 Media. Hope is an extension of my pro-Black missions, but it's not the core mission. So anytime, as you guys work on stuff, know that anytime you take on other causes outside your business, just pay attention to the resources and become very rigid on how you do. That's why a lot of you guys can't reach me throughout the week. I want to talk to y'all, but I better not talk to y'all. If I get into a long, I will catch everybody in this room at one point for a minute, but the chance of me talking to you every week and every day and long conversations, it probably won't happen because I have to be a little bit more rigid, which also is going to change your social presence. So let's say somebody has a job, you can actually be out there being popular, seeing people, being at different events. If you see me, it's going to be like, yeah, they go down, right? And or if I see you at a certain place, I'll stop and spend time and talk to you as long as you're saying something interesting. If you're like, yeah, so like, I don't know, you ever notice that green is closer to the other green and like people who wear green just don't really feel like they want to wear red? I mean, like, I personally wear purple. You may open your eyes and realize I'm not standing there no more because I just can't. So my whole rhythm of life changed, and then I got to figure ways to get back in public, go back to what Court said, because there's value in people. But I got to now treat my engagement with people strategical because I ain't got much time. I don't have the slack to just be, hanging out all day long because I'm growing something. And you guys will, and the reason I'm telling you this is not because it's not about Nana right now. I'm giving you a glimpse of what's going to happen to your life. So if you're the social most popular, unless you're in the business, in the entertainment industry, but even when you climb up that, right? Like, you're not going to see Jay-Z like you would see a new rapper who's trying to get visibility. Totally different, because Jay-Z has to protect his investments and grow his investments, which is going to steal his time. Same thing about 50 Cent. 50 Cent started having, once that drink popped off for him, you didn't see 50 Cent almost rap at all. They say you saw him to rap, he's turned upside down, looked like an overweight bat, right? It didn't make no sense. Because he don't rap like that no more. He got money, he's running his institutions. So the reality is that's one of the curses of growth. Freedom, to gain freedom is to give up freedom. And so you're going to give up freedom as you grow. And I think Pastor Chris said it the other day on the phone. He says, Nana, I don't understand why there's a lot of people in business that don't take shit serious. When you're in business, you got to get serious about life. You can play. Me and Court are goofy. If you ever catch us, or if you were around us at the end of the year, we're like, everybody in that room is entrepreneurs, and we're joking. And by the way, Pastor Chris is the worst. If y'all know how funny that cat is am I lying? He's a walking jokester, right? But all of us are very serious. Pastor Chris is probably even more serious because a lot of people are trying to pull from him, and he has a family that he's trying to take care of. And he's trying to do God's work. But all of us are very, very, very serious people because we have limited time and we're serving something greater than ourselves. And this changes the game. We got souls that are resting on our shoulders. They're not depending on us, but they're resting on our shoulders. And we know we got to take that responsibility very, very high. So, and another thing too is that we're also extraction machines. If you ever hang out with us, we're in such deep observation. It's crazy how much we're out in public and we're just analyzing. Because there's so many possible patterns and lessons around us. So if you're around us, we might not be shucking and jiving. We're probably the worst guys to be at a barbershop type event where they kind of be real surface and they be telling jokes. We're gonna laugh, but we're going to process it different because we're serious. And if you're not serious, this is the worst place to be. I can even speak on loosely on Shakina. I remember when she first started, she wasn't serious. When she got that first space, she got serious. That rent came up, and she seriously had to pay it, right? And then she had to seriously pay it. She had serious bills of her own house, serious needs. She has a serious daughter who needs serious clothes. She got serious. It just gets serious. The more responsibility you take on, shit gets serious. Buy a house tomorrow that has a certain square footage. Shit gets serious. Unless you plan on doing some old Sanford and Son shit. It gets serious. Responsibility requires a seriousness. When you're doing sales, I'm smiling in front of the customer, but I'm thinking about some serious shit in the back of my head. I'm looking at some serious numbers over here, and I'm measuring some serious processes and standards and systems and procedures and everything. It's serious. I got laws, people waiting to sue me if I'm not serious. I got people waiting to take my money if you're not serious. Let me not pay that insurance. Shit will get serious. It's real talk. You know, it's real. Let an employee feel I got to fire somebody, but I wasn't being serious with them. Watch how much room I gave them to sue me. It's serious. And I'm still having fun. I cap on everybody on my team. They all cap on me. Am I lying? Right? But they know, Tennille, am I lying? Tennille's the worst one, by the way, on our team. She's the most jokester of the team. Tennille is the queen of capping. Don't let that little smiley face get blood. I'm telling you right now, that's why I'm telling you, keep a microphone away from her and just silent. It ain't no good. Point is this. And so, but the thing is this, but Tennille will tell you, but the serious shit, I don't play with. We can laugh and joke about all those kind of stuff, but the serious stuff, timelines, we don't miss timelines. That's serious. We don't underperform. We perform to the best of our ability. That's serious. I don't want to hear, oh man, we was up here in the office talking and we didn't get that shit done. Seriously? Shit's serious. So becoming an entrepreneur is even more serious than having a job because you don't have to be serious at a job. There's a lot of jobs you don't have to be serious. We just go through the patterns every day. Your job's there waiting on you. But for us, there's more things. If you go back to just look at the list of ESG, that basic list, if you just look at that list, that you're in charge of all those things, you'll realize, damn, you gotta be serious to handle all this. Yep. You can't do ESG and you're not serious. Do you know you can reward people on your team, reward a customer, and if you don't get the reward system right, it'll work against you? A reward will work against you? Yeah. It's that serious. All right.
Do you want me to save it? Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, let's keep
Okay.
okay. Next slide.
So, how can an organization combat noncompliance and drift? Addressing the economic and psychological incentives in each is a meaningful place to start.
Mm-hmm.
For better compliance, we need to find ways to make benefits more immediate and visible while making compliance less costly.
So another thing too, like say, for example, say Court has Court Smith running at a point where he's pretty much a chairman of his own company. Then Fight Media says, hey, why don't you come over to Hope, help me with this a little bit more, and we're gonna just drop $200,000 in your money market account or something. So it kind of like bypasses taxes and his benefit on the interest. He can actually adjust his compliance and his drift based upon economic investment and return on his investments, right? This is how you control, right? Or let's say right now, Fight Team, this whole program turned into a multi-billion-dollar company. And sitting on the board, I got paid $1 million a year, right? That incentivizes me to grow an even stronger strategical team that can oversee and I can fall back in. So you can change your relationships to everything. But if Hope ain't making you no money, and Fight Team is making you all the money, and you over here hanging out in Hope, you got the game fucked up. Keep going.
For drift, we have found that having people with a personal interest in maintaining the fidelity of an idea, say the company's founder or the original scientist who discovered the medical breakthrough, on the implementation team minimizes program drift. Short of that, if the implementers understand the whys behind the mission, they will be much more faithful to it.
So that's something too. This is so tight. I don't have time to go into this because this is a whole conversation. Internal branding matters. That's just said internal branding. Internal branding is why you here. What are we doing here? What's important? What's the value of your job? Do you understand that? Are we reinforcing the internal branding? Otherwise, you can create drifting of your employees, team members, because even your understanding will start to cause a drift. Go ahead.
Perfect example is the NBA and WNBA. So you have this organization, WNBA, that's being subsidized by the NBA. They're negative $10 million a year and have been since the start of the NBA. And so if everybody shut the fuck up, it would just be us trying to grow the WNBA brand. The leak happened when all the female players start saying, well, how come we don't make as much money as the NBA? We should make more money. I'm just as good as LeBron. So over time, the world said, well, why is that? What's the problem? What's going on? Well, that's not fair, because we were in the perfect timing of social justice and equality, which led it to come out. That's why it's quiet again to say, nah, because you guys don't sell that much, hardly none at all. And we've been paying your bill and we've been subsidizing you. Like you said, the example that you can provide bonuses and bonus structures for people and they still ain't grateful for it. That's a perfect example. So that's also the fault of the whole NBA league as a whole in not managing the drift of those the women basketball players.
Well said. Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's well said. That was an excellent example too. Smart technology, dumb people. Huh? What happened? She said Tesla? Oh, smart technology, dumb people? Tesla. Okay. I think I get it. I want to laugh, but I think I get it. But I might not get it. Got it. I'm slow. That rum got me fucked up. I got my way out, baby. Yeah. Another separation between the hate versus love. It's easy to separate flaws. I blame them. Them. When you focus on love, then it's us. You can't really focus on them.
Mm.
Yeah. And blame as a human animal makes you weaker. Because you don't have, when you blame something, it's like telling you, oh, just go home, take time off. And in order for them to change, either you have to control them or you have to control in order for you for your blame system to get what it needs is asking for you to control the other group. And as long as you don't control the other group, it feels like a self-defeating movement. Anyway, next one.
Looking at the data from nearly 200,000 households, we determined that the explanation for this voltage drop was simple. Adoption doesn't always equal compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, the smart thermostat had been installed in customers' homes and its app downloaded to their homes, but this didn't mean that customers were using it properly. The default settings produced savings gains, but in practice, customers gradually undid the default settings and went back to their habitual usage patterns, which undercut the promised advantages.
So what they were talking about is this company that developed these smart thermostats, but they require for customers to use them a certain kind of way. But what human beings ended up doing was using the way they're most comfortable using it. One of the reasons that the Segway did not grow, because human beings didn't have an association. So it didn't make sense to them. If a human being doesn't make sense, they will take your product and change the usage. Let's say Court sold a sweatshirt that you should only wash in cold with a certain kind of soap. he can bank that over 50% of his customers are going to throw it in this washing machine with a regular detergent. And when it fails, it's easy for him to say, if he wanted to, they didn't do it right. He should have designed it from day one that if they do this way, it still has this type of lifespan on it. So just because somebody adopts something, don't mean they're properly going to use it. If they don't use it properly, that will destroy your growth voltage in itself. So when you design a product, you got to think about usage in its designs. Otherwise, a good idea dies on the vine. All right, keep going.
The problem was that the engineers hadn't modeled how actual humans behave.
So that's important. Human-based designs, you're going to get a lot, right? When you design your spaces, when you design anything, think about human-based design. How are humans going to use this? That's why designing slowly is better than like building out a complete build of anything is going to be costly because you're going to find out you have to remove hella shit because human beings use it differently. Human-based design is to slowly build and watch engagement and then scale from there based upon engagement. Go ahead.
In essence, the promising conservation gains they predicted assumed the perfect customer who used the technology in optimal ways.
Also, this is a statement towards diversity.
Man,
If you see different races do certain things, your designs might be based upon your comfort with Black folks, comfort with Latino folks, comfort with Asian folks, and you wonder why you can't cross over to the white market. It's not because white people don't fuck with you. It's because they have a different usage, a different relationship to that kind of product. So in order for you to cross into other markets, try to do this. Try, instead of saying they not gonna fuck with you, cut that racism story out of your mind and say, I gotta design this different for different races. You may have taken that before? I heard it before, that if you want to expand outside of your community to other races, you may have to change your designs based upon their cultural rhythms. Many of y'all take it personal. I didn't buy my shit because I'm Black. It had nothing to do with your race. Most of you know your race. Matter of fact, they may end up buying something even more Blacker than the shit you made before by another vendor who decides to design it for them. But some of y'all, I just saw a Kendrick Lamar concert with Shabisha the other night. Shabisha came and hung out with us and spent the night over the weekend with us. 90% of the crowd's white, right? In France. Kendrick Lamar used the N-word, talking about Black people shit, revolution. He even talked about some anti-white shit. And people are like, oh shit, oh my God, Kendrick Lamar, oh my God, right? And I said to myself, do Black people see that as a potential market or do they see that as cultural appropriation? Keep going.
dope thought. In reality, however, their customers were humans, and humans are impulsive, error-prone, and heuristic-driven.
Heuristic means that you don't use your subconscious and deep thought. You just do what's on top of your mind. Keep going.
Have a proclivity for short-term gratification,
I mean, they just maybe I just want to get happy right now. I ain't trying to think about the long-term shit. Go ahead.
and aren't always very good at understanding or following instructions.
I was supposed to read this? I didn't know I was supposed to read this shit. That's why a lot of manufacturers don't even put instructions and shit no more. You ain't gonna read it anyway. Go ahead.
Maybe customers didn't want their dogs to be stuck in a cold house when they were away at work. Or perhaps they liked coming home to a warm house instead of one still warming up. Human incompetence, laziness, and wastefulness should not be underestimated, especially at scale.
So here's another thing too. When you fall in love with people and you start looking at people as avatars, this is again, when you stop seeing human beings as avatars, you stop projecting good versus bad. You stop projecting white people, Black people, Asian people. You start projecting any of these titles and labels you put on people, gay people, straight people, trans people, and start seeing the human nature of people and the complexity and diversity, you know how to design your product. This is why I rip apart social justice thinking all the time, because it makes you ignorant at business designs. People are fucking complex. And guess what? All of us are imperfect. You should never see something imperfect and go, I can't sell to them. That's how social justice was doing. I can't do it. Time Twitter.
This is the coldest slide ever. Ever.
Folks do not get
Man.
humans are so fucking complex. Like, okay, I'm gonna get gross for a second. How many of us look at human beings and think, "Oh, you wiped your ass today"? I'm not exaggerating, but when you get to human engineering, you sometimes even get that detailed, depending on what your designs are. What do you think a toilet tissue company does? They think about all the things besides the basic pooping. All conscious, like, oh damn it, where my organic shit right now. But the point is, no pun intended. But like the reality is like you don't think about the human experience. We don't wear most of our human experiences. We hide them. We tuck them. Men and women both. Most of the men here are wearing deodorant. Somebody's wearing pads. Somebody's wearing diapers. Just how you don't tell me about it. We don't even know any details. We just gonna accept it, right? Whatever you're doing, we have our disorder in our lives, our different disorders, right? And in those disorders, some of us lie. Some of us are sleeping with 2 or 3 people. Kaja, I did not need you to get so. Now, Kaja, y'all at home. Kaja took me off my game. I was steady as hell. Coach Kaja said, Yes, Kaja, make sure I pop your collar when class is over. Let's say some of y'all, some of y'all in the S&M. Some of y'all are renting everything in your house because you don't own shit. Some of y'all staying in your cousin's basement. Oh God! This is not a test. This is not a time to testify. If I was like, I gotta testify. No. I'm saying human complexity is real. I just met somebody, a family member. I'm a godfather to somebody, and they said, "Oh, my father's new wife. She can't read at all. She don't read at all." She said, when you text her, if you don't leave her a voice text, she don't know what you said. But that person's functioning. Probably got a fucking job. And somebody's selling products to that person. The poor community buys a lot of shit all the time. And they're making some companies billionaires to millionaires. And you can't see them because you don't practice real diversity. And diversity is seeing the complexities of things around you, seeing the light side, the dark side, the perfection, the imperfection, and realize that what is really imperfect if that's what we do? Isn't imperfection a story we tell ourselves? And that's what we do all the time. Is it really imperfection or just a story we tell ourselves? What's our nature as an animal? Give you side notes, just side note. So I was watching, I don't know if I said this already. Tell me if I did, just stop me. She can't stop me if I said this already. Josh, I promise you. Ooh. Anyway, so Yiddish. I'm gonna work on my Yiddish humor. Anyway, put this. So like Don Rickles. I'm just trying to hit it with Don Rickles type comedy. Anyway, so I was watching Netflix show. Am I Black Enough? And it highlighted something that a lot of creatives know. They said in the 60s and 70s, all the movies that you saw, none of that stuff ever happened anywhere in America. All those movies you saw in the 60s and 70s, none of that stuff ever happened anywhere in America. But most Americans thought it did. Meaning that you've been living your life based upon a fantasy many of us do all the time. Whether you're trying to be like the Cosbys or trying to be like Belly. Doesn't matter. Regardless of whatever you're trying to be like, what you don't realize you're doing is you're disconnecting from the real people. So when you design things as a business, you design it for what you think people should be, not what they really do. And those who are successful, they do a better job of seeing people. To me, if you go back to old technology, Windows was the opposite of this. iPad was the shit. That was some of the coldest designs because Nzinga at 2 was using an iPad. That's brilliant fucking designs. Some of y'all, Nzinga has to wait till she's 55 to use your shit. Real talk. It's just too complex, too many words. Even when you talk about your business, did you talk about your business as you talking to human beings? Or are you talking about your business, you're talking to specialists? Hopefully there's a big crowd of specialists you're trying to sell to. But if a basic human being can't understand it, you're communicating about it bad. Go ahead, Sharice. Where we at? Oh, okay, next one. Yeah, okay, next one.
The engineers should have built and tested the thermostat precisely with these tendencies in
With
mind.
human engagement in mind. There you go.
Without properly testing the product with real users, it would have been impossible to guess the myriad ways in which customers misuse the innovation and entirely unravel the intended gains.
So your intended gain sometimes is a narrow business solution. Sometimes the way the customer engages your products open you up to new markets, new possibilities. There was no iPhone in the beginning of Apple. The beginning of that innovative way of thinking was just the better Apple computer, making it simpler, that then uploaded other technologies to the point that at one point, that if it wasn't for those other technologies, Apple would not be a business today because people don't buy Apple computers like the way they used to. But what they do buy is the phones and the tablets. But that innovation of you watching the customer, they will give you innovation clues if you just watch your customer. You don't have to be the mastermind with wires all attached to your brain and you're like, I know what we're gonna do next. Watch your customers, they give it to you. Because there are unintended ways that they engage your business or services is where the innovation lies. Keep going.
In short, they may have built a smart thermostat, but the humans who used it were certainly not so smart.
No.
In fact, O-Power's problem wasn't all that different from patients not taking their prescribed medications, since pills and innovative technologies are both perfectly scalable ingredients in theory, but only with proper compliance.
Let me say this real quick. So even when you're sitting in the office and you're planning with your team, change your mindset from what you guys like to trying to figure out what the customer would like. Just hear that, just real quick. When you're planning your next strategy in business, do not fall in love with what you guys think is right. This is whether you're a nonprofit to full profit business and everything in between. Start thinking about a great design space, a great design product, a great design service, a great design event. And what you're trying to do is model it on your customer insight and experiences. And I promise you, quite often you will build things you would have never built on your own. Keep that same look you like Dana Ross and Mahogany. Okay, let's keep it going. You just like, if you didn't see Mahogany, Dana Ross? No, I didn't see it. When you get a chance to see it, you'll be like, okay, thank you. Anyway, go ahead.
Of course, with 2020 hindsight, the better move for O-Power would have been to avoid disappointing performance altogether by anticipating and addressing compliance challenges during the design phase of the device.
Slowing the design down. So when you design things, efficiency is the enemy of innovation. So when you're trying to move fast, often you will miss things because you're trying to hit deadlines. Today I had a call from a client saying they wanted some stuff from me, right? They wanted us to work on some creative feedback from them. What I had to do in order to service a client is remove tight deadlines. Because what I needed for is to take the problem that we were facing, take the data we had, and just sit with it. And then meet with Mashama, and then break away, and then sit with it. And then come back and build, and then sit with it. And then that final build is our richest product. If the client said, I need somebody at the end of the day, my brain would have started panicking, and then creativity would have went away, and I wouldn't have thought of anything. You guys get that? So what's critical is that you got to create space for innovation and creativity to have it happen. When people put that pressure of efficiency on your back, the chances of you producing the quality products they expect from you has been decreased. This is why big firms, they create time. Call a firm tomorrow and say you need a campaign in 1 month or 2 months. Mashama would look at you like, because we have to build time of space for innovation to happen because innovation don't come from anywhere. It's not like we got a whole room full of innovation. We're like, yo, pull chef 7. They just need chef 7. It's not a menu. Innovation is there is no menu, there is no product, there's nothing. We're going to figure this shit out from beginning to end, right? And so if you don't create space for innovation to unfold, there is no innovation. That's simple. Anybody's doing anything creative and innovative? Create time slack. Without time slack, you will underperform in your own industry. If you're artists and you move from project to 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 project, watch the quality of your work drift, right? But in order for you to maintain consistency, then it's very, very important that you create proper spacing, and you have to charge so you can keep that spacing. If you're charging at the minimum price as a photographer, say you're a photographer, you own your photography business, and you're charging minimum price, you don't have enough time for slack, so your pricing alone compromises your quality. But if you can do a photo shoot and spend 2 days, 3 days, 4 days working on the images because you built that into your cost, your output has increased. This is why when you look at these top photographers, they build smart processes, not smart people. Smart processes, not smart people. If you got somebody like, what's the famous woman right now who shot almost every, Annie Leibovitz. I promise you, if you got in her world, you'll see a nice ass process. But that job on top of job, like you be staying busy in your personal life. Remember I said, in order for you to be a wolf in business, you have to have your personal life organized. Well, if your personal life is chaos, your business is stacking on top of each other, your quality just sinks. So you have to, 1, keep your personal life structured. 2, design your costs and your pricing to give you slack to maintain high quality output. If you can't, even, in companies who are, say you put Adidas, and they're doing designs, I'm sure you guys can verify this, they have a lot of designers. So they could build a Slack because they have more people that can participate in the Slack, as opposed to like 3 people doing all the designs. You're gonna be compromised. Because if I keep putting that tight, you're compromised. It doesn't mean that you can't use it to grow, but just know as you get higher in the competition, you're gonna have to soften your creative space for slack. Creativity requires slack. It just does. To give you an example, we had a big project, Margaret E. Casey. It's $1 billion nonprofit. They wanted to rebrand the whole nonprofit, everything. Guess what we did? Now, y'all know I'm Danielle's #1 fan. The reason her picture's not on this, because Hugo Boss haven't found her yet. But if they did, I fucks with that. I wear that shirt every day. We brought in a 3rd outside designer. And we had Mashama design because we needed more slack. We needed more looseness and flow. If one person designs with that level of complexity, with all the tentacles that's tied to that outcome, we're gonna be compromised. Now, Daniel had beautiful designs. They don't choose the outsider's design. The outsider is not a better designer than Danielle by no means. But it was a slack in the space that we were able to pay for to create the innovation we wanted. So being able to understand that all creativity needs slack to perform at a high level, and the more you place creativity in a space of efficiency, you start to lose, even with good people and good intention. Go ahead.
This takes both imagination and beta testing.
Pause real quick. Testing, we got back to that earlier. Because we don't know what the future looks like, when you don't test, it's like closing your eyes and driving from Alameda College to Castro Valley and wonder why you hit the first building you saw. That's exactly how we treat we have a plan in our head. All plans require testing. And that's why you should have, if you're working on a project right now, you should never so harshly focus on one project that you don't have another project coming behind it, if that's how your business works. You should be testing a project that's way back here, and this one's launching. If you focus all your energy on the product you're gonna release, now you're stuck in almost a design to release mode as opposed to design, test, release mode. Design, test, release, test, mass. Because think about this, Imagine if Court is marketing to the public and he has no testing system in place. And he launches 20 pieces that just crash. What's the cost to his business? He has to have the way to test, is this worth me putting money behind to test in a larger market? If he goes from concept to large market, it just takes a bad run to destroy his business. At some point, he has to create a higher probability of great designs than lower probability of great designs. There's no designer you can go to that don't have some duds for you. You'd be like, that's just a dud. And that shit go on sale so fast. Then sometimes that shit go on sale 2 weeks after they released it. They realize this shit's a dud, right? But they can't be dud heavy. And so whatever you're doing, don't fear testing because you don't want feedback, or you're trying to protect your idea because somebody might steal it. Next one. Oh, did we finish that one? No, we didn't finish that one. Good, go ahead.
This takes both imagination and beta testing with people who aren't tech savvy engineers.
Mm-hmm.
Top tech companies like Apple often do this, continuing the legacy.
We don't think we finished the bottom of the last. Where you at? Oh, okay. Oh, where did you start? Did you say continue the legacy of Steve Jobs?
Top tech companies like Apple.
Yeah, go fine. I was behind you. I was lost. Top technical companies like Apple often do this. Go ahead. It's my bad.
Kaja, you put less rum in these cakes.
Man, look at you put a little more rum in my cake, though. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Continuing the legacy of Steve Jobs, Apple has a beta program that lets users try out pre-release software to identify glitches. Registered users get early access to new software Apple is about to release and can give their feedback.
You see, even the largest companies, if Apple stops testing, they hit too many duds, it destroys their brand. They have to test. Like, you got to get out this idea that you're special and that your process is special. There's like, Danielle, as good as she is, without a process, Danielle knows me as much as me. I got to build a process so tight that if Danielle says, no, I'm flying to the moon this year, I'm going to be back for a whole year, I don't lose a year worth of resources. I got to have a strong enough process in place. I didn't want to say hit by a truck because that's just too uncomfortable to say. Here we go, next one.
In contrast to innovations like the smart thermostat, which had a steeper learning curve, user-friendly technologies are generally much easier to scale right out of the gate. Look at Instagram. It's incredibly straightforward to use. You take a picture and post it, and then others see it. No instructions needed. And even people who don't post pictures can use the app as voyeurs. This simplicity and ease of use are non-negotiables for Instagram, and the app works just as well with the more than 1 billion people globally who use it today as it did with its first 100 users.
Yeah, it's just, Instagram is like the way it's designed so simple, easy to adapt. Like, for example, you ever notice that a lot of these software companies that crash or die on the vine is because their engagement is too complex up front. It must make you feel like a master, and then you decide you want to play with it further. If it requires for you to struggle with it in practice, it's just not contagious enough for big scaling. It doesn't mean that certain groups won't use it. Like, you go to a certain company, meet a group of engineers, they meet some software they know. Like, Photoshop is not. If somebody comes up with better software that can do just as much as Photoshop's going down the vine because the engagement's too difficult. If I gave you Photoshop and you never used it before, you're still not going to use it. You're going to start moving your key and be like, okay, this is too many. You have to learn the mental models of Photoshop to use Photoshop. So Photoshop is playing off the grandfathering when they were no one else. A lot of people learned their technology. But if Photoshop had to start today, they would die on the vine. They wouldn't make it to the front. Because it could be a better software, but if I have to think too hard, I'm not doing that. If somebody, Apple, huh? Adobe versus who? Canva. Canva.
Sorry, I was just saying that it's like Adobe versus Canva. You know, for people that are like into design or photography or whatnot, you've probably played on an Adobe product versus like with Canva, you could be like, I just realized my daughter is using Canva in school. And so it's like the stress level of learning Adobe and like how to create and freeze text and change things is like level 10. You can go into Canva and make one document and resize it in whatever format you want and cross brand and upload logos, font packages, and everything. And then a dummy can do it. It would take you probably 5 hours in Adobe. So it's like the pros and cons of like how easy can someone pick it up.
I remember I used to teach photography class and tell people stop finding value in your ability to manage the complexity of photography because they're going to engineer that shit out of it. And if you can't tell a story, you won't last in photography for long. That's we're watching that happen right in front of our face. There's cameras now that damn near have lowered the bar of entry. And look what and the reason they were motivated to do that because cell phones remove the bar of entry. You pull your cell phone out, you point it. If you got the exposure, you push shot. You share the picture. Once people got that from the cell phone, cameras realize, oh, you can't come in. I gotta hit 7 different dials to get the same picture. Don't make no sense. So now cameras getting smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter to the point even now there's some cameras even tell you what's the best composition to shoot the shot, right? But what makes a photographer great is not the actual technical skills of a camera. It's understanding the storytelling with the camera. So which cameras and technology can reach that. Anyway, let's go to the next one. We finished that one. The lesson here is, next one, next slide.
The lesson here is to make compliance easy. It might take more time, money, legwork, and creative energy early on to both design and test a new technology with a wide range of average people. But given that, to invoke Murphy's Law, what can go wrong almost always does go wrong at scale, it will be worth it.
So real quick, that Murphy Law is so important. When things grow, things that might, okay, how many guys have ran something, did something, like you ran it on a thin budget and you barely held it together? Like you're like, man, thank God. Ooh, so shit could have went wrong, right? That's cute when you're small. The larger you grow, that shit will happen. Ain't shit you can do about it. It's gonna happen. The question, did you have assurance, did you have the things in place, and did you design to assume that it would happen? Sometimes you take a loss knowing that you can afford the loss because the profit is that large, right? Sometimes you could, so whatever you're gonna design, just know that if it can go wrong, it probably will go wrong. Just know that as you grow. Next one.
To avoid voltage drops that come from circumstances shifting when an enterprise scales up, I advocate flipping the traditional research and product development models. This means you should start by imagining what success would look like at scale, applied to the entire population with their varying situations over a long period of time.
So real quick, this is we just went into, I think we just shifted to I think we didn't have a, did we have a header here? No, we didn't have a header. We just shifted to, I think we're shifting over to spillover. So spillover is when your company grows, will it kill you off? Will it die? Will it be sustainable? Will it change? Whatever, right? You can actually run virtual or mental models to say, if we grow, will this sustain itself? What would it look like? This, you can almost imagine it, right? You do that at day one. Let me tell you why you say you do that day one. Imagine day 4,000, 6,000, 10,000, 20,000. You realize that when it reaches maturity, your business is over because you grew it to kill itself. But you didn't pay attention to it. You can grow a business that once it scales, it destroys itself. We see it a lot. Like a lot of trendy businesses that pop off and everybody's loving it when it was in a small circle. As soon as it gets to a bigger market, it dies off and even a small circle doesn't work anymore because it becomes shame for using that product. But when it was at this scale, it was great because the person who designed it didn't think, hey, this won't work as it gets older, it gets larger. Or it requires such a hand-holding experience from specialists that once it's scaled, you can't even find that many specialists anymore, right? Anytime you design, franchises is a perfect example. You can build a restaurant and it's great, serves great food. That's a good job. You can't franchise this because you need a real chef. The problem with a real chef, you can't find a real chef. And you didn't think about, well, what does this look like if these doors open? I'm never going to show up to these stores. How do you design it for that? What do you need to start doing now? Which is, what is my internal mantra? What's our story we're telling? What's our process and procedures? What's our measurements? How the fuck you making the kaja cake? Ain't nobody measured. I don't want your cake. Everyone wants kaja cake. Right? It comes down to like learning how that when you start a small business, you start building it for scale day one. You don't think about scaling when money comes in. Because Court could tell you when the money comes in, you don't get to decide when that moment happens, and when it happens, it's fast. And that scale's gonna be, the scale's gonna happen whether you like it or not. And if you didn't pre-prepare for it, the worst time to make a decision is when it's time to make the decision. So you want to start pre-thinking about what do you want to do different at scale to save it. You're not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna save you a huge amount of money and time. Keep going.
To accomplish this goal, you need to identify your non-negotiables from the start. For example, if an education project relies on having 50,000 teachers at scale, you should not cherry pick the 10 best teachers for the pilot study.
You mean you take 10 average teachers for the pilot study that you know you can scale again, and you want to say, can I make this system work with just these average people? If it requires everybody that's going to participate in it to be superstars, it's not scalable. Keep going.
Top tier teachers will not be representative of the 49,990 additional second and third tier teachers you will ultimately have to hire.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, if the likes of Albert Einstein are necessary to make the curriculum work, then develop a technology that can scale Einstein caliber teaching, because the curriculum won't scale otherwise. For policymakers, this means flipping the script from evidence-based policy to policy-based evidence.
So, that's just, if you really break that down, a lot of people make decisions in business. They make a decision and then they'll justify on the back end as opposed to doing the research on the front end, and they make a decision on the back end. That's the most popular way of backwards thing. Hope is going through the same thing. I'm already thinking about how to scale Hope, that me and Court is no longer the focus. And that's why I've even looking at some of the students, I've kind of whispered in their ear, is like, how can we manufacture teachers from the program to grow the program? And even at that, how do we eventually create such a, like right now we're in a curriculum development stage, and it will always be it'll always be a thing, but how can we find people that can own that conversation? That's one of the reasons we say we want to try to hire entrepreneurs, because a lot of entrepreneurs want to give back, they just don't know how to do it. Or they don't know how to have structured time. So if you can say, hey, show up on this day, and then prime them with the proper information and incentivize them correctly, then that's scalable. But I'm not scalable and Court's not scalable, right? And so we got to get to the point that if the person is not me or Court, can they still fit in this seat and have impact in the community, and the program is still impactful and effective? Or will y'all be like, if you ain't teaching, I'm not here today. That's a flaw of mine, it's not yours. All right, one more, then I want to do one more exercise. But just do this last slide. I'm going to pause on this slide. I'm going to do a cool exercise. Go ahead.
If there are certain organizational constraints at scale, ranging from building size to available technologies to safety concerns to intrusiveness, test whether those are negotiable or not in the original study.
Mm-hmm.
If they are non-negotiables but aren't available at scale, then you don't have a scalable idea.
Isn't that tight? So when you're running a business idea, let's say you're designing a product and like organic is not negotiable. Oh, hey, that's your the makeup company. Not the makeup, the women's body company. We talked about this weekend. How they start off with the just real quickly, jump in there real quick. Just share a little bit about that real quick.
So you all may be familiar with the Honey Pot. They started small, founded by a Black woman, on the premise that the ingredients were all organic and safe for us. And she scaled recently, right? So she's in a lot of places. She's in Target. She's everywhere. She's got Angela Bassett, a lot of Black women, celebrities really standing behind her. And at scale, some of the things from an ingredient perspective were not scalable. And so they had to go from like 100% organic to something else, like something softer. Because you get big and this country starts to hold you accountable to lying about what your product can do, at least on the beauty side. So people have found out about it, and now she's going through just being killed publicly. And there are a number of people, now we have Black chemists coming to say, that's not true. So there's just a lot, there's been write-ups about her, about how this is why, brands are so unethical. I'm so tired of being taken advantage of. So there are a lot of Black journalists who have platforms that are really giving her a hard way to go. They reached out to her for comment. Of course, she didn't comment. She's probably getting advised not to. So that, they fill in the blanks, but she's having a hell of a time right now.
So you see, that's a situation where you start on an idea that's not scalable. Like she may intend to be organic, but then she has to design it for a market of this is a price point. So in order to, the restriction is the price point. That means I have to compromise somewhere, right? Otherwise, let's say she went to a certain level of organic and then she has to scale up and it's a rare resource, non-negotiables, and now the product goes from, let's say, $8 to $25. Well, now you just shut out a large portion of the market you seek to serve. So in order to seek to serve, there's going to be some things you have to negotiate back and forth. So even when she's starting the business at day one, she has to think about the non-negotiables and scalable so she can build a story around her product that gives her room for that movement.
And then here's the deeper insight. The science has to support claims. So right now, we don't have a way to make her products 100% shelf stable without refrigeration if they stay organic. Not because people are being unethical, but science requires trials and tests. So science is coming online to make those things stable, but most things that are 100% organic are highly perishable. And if you expose them to lights and a lot of touching, the quality goes down. You can't stand behind it. And so it can't pass quality control. So there is not anything on any shelf that is stable that is 100% organic. There's some sort of mixture. R&D is happening. Not there yet. So in a small way, when you first start out, you can claim 100% organic. When you ask your suppliers for an ingredient list, oftentimes they're very hesitant to give it to you. Or when they give it to you, you're gonna find out that 100% was never there. Nothing is 100% organic. But when we start as small businesses, we're championing ideas because we don't necessarily have all of the insight around the science behind it yet. When you get bigger, you have to have that level of knowledge, and you find that you can't do it. So we don't say, I am doing everything that I can to be in line with the science, and as the science comes online, I will make those decisions in the business because I always want to give you the safest option that I can. Because you don't do that, you get tarred. You take shots in the public, and it's very difficult to come back from that. So
Go ahead. Give her a microphone. Somebody give her a microphone. Go ahead.
I think Honey Pot is a really interesting example of that. Do you think that it seemed to me like when it got made public that her formula had changed, that the question of did it still meet what the original selling point was, which is balancing pH, right, to avoid recurring BV and all those things she was selling. I think where she got crucified, or at least what it looked like where she got crucified, was she never came back when she had to scale and elaborated on the story of the ancestors told me in a dream. So people felt that they had been duped.
Wait. She said what? What? Hold on a second.
Well, I think-
you didn't tell me that part.
Well-
Ancestors told me in a dream. Before you get into the deep part, did she really say ancestors told her in a
when
dream?
she first started out, she
Oh.
said,
Hey.
well,
Don't do
that's a really oversimplification of what she said. Because what she started with was she had battled with feminine issues for a very, very, very long time and hadn't had relief. That's a commonality that a lot of Black women face. A lot of the things that were on the market just irritated her. So
Wait. You said no.
Mm.
No. If you put it out there and the customer is dumb enough to change the meaning of it, that's your fault. You put it out there. I would never associate the ancestors told me to build 510 Media. Even if they did. Even if I thought they did.
yeah, well, and I think that we hear what we want to hear. Because even if that's a small portion of it,
No. They heard what they were supposed to. Never blame the customer, ever.
I'm not blaming them.
Right,
I'm
no.
agreeing with you.
No, you're right. Okay, yeah.
I'm
So,
agreeing
yeah,
with
because I'm saying that I think you're like the intelligence high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Highly motivated to know the truth. Because that's, by the way, she loves this shit.
I do.
You spend time with her, it's like watching the news. I promise you. But the public doesn't represent you at all.
Of course.
Her response, if she said it, even though that's not, it was out of context, it's true.
Sure.
And unfortunately, if we're looking at what's the lesson for us in this class, is that goes back to when I say I heard all that those farmers market earthly ass bullshits. Because you're not thinking about it's really like you're projecting more than you're receiving. She could have easily made the story of I'm designing this for women that have not been seen.
Sure.
And we use some organic products to make sure that we're able to reach this mark of a certain experience. And if you want to bring your ancestors and say, I feel the ancestors motivate me to always look out for Black women. But you got to make sure that's very aggressive, because any blending that happens, I mean that, as you know, is a drop in voltage in marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the early stages, as looking at this product designs, she didn't design a story to be scalable story. The story's too rigid. The story works good as long as she's small and the big bad guys, and I gotta defend myself against them, which is I'm really doing this because, matter of fact,
that's my point.
Go ahead, hit that point. Shit, fuck it, you go ahead.
And see, Shabisha,
Did you
going
let
back,
me hit her point? You gonna cut her off too?
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
can't both cut her off. She don't shoot you at me and take the rum cake. Go ahead.
No, but
Don't use that
plus
excuse.
one to what he said, right? When you start small, you have a lot of stories. It's not scalable. It's not. It wasn't ever going to be scalable, and you have such a small market. At scale, you have lots of different women with lots of different hoo-has, right?
No. I understand, brother. I'm so insightful. Go ahead. Yeah, I got wisdom. Experience comes with experience comes wisdom. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You have.
You got me for the take the microphone, Shabisha. Go ahead.
but you have lots of different women with lots of different hoo-has, right?
You understand me?
At scale, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. One of them that's going to go wrong is you're going to bump up against a group of women whose hoo-has are irritated by your stuff. That's just.
Oh, we're gonna turn the church up in here. We're gonna turn this up in the church up in here.
I want to see an example of a hoo-ha. So,
We're
but
not doing
what
show
that
and tell.
translates to on the customer side is exactly what you're feeling. So I'm giving the reality of, in my humble opinion, this was going to happen to her.
I mean, also too. I mean, think about this. I mean, going back to your point, when you bring in ancestors, that's a dog whistle to a certain crowd of people, and that crowd of people is really into fairness, right versus wrong.
And they were her earliest adopters. They were the people who came online with her
honestly,
from the
you gotta
beginning.
like that's a dangerous crowd to like build your
100%.
foundation on, because if you just happen to be drunk and fail your draw shown, and you embarrass the community, they may just cancel you. Right? It's a fragile space to be in. Like you got to think about like the fragility of like you could be in that same space and kind of be like, because by default, I would assume when you make any type of body product, you're assuming a certain portion of the market, even aspirin assumes a certain portion of the market can't take my product, can't engage my product. But you don't want to allow individual stories to get power because of the way you framed your story. Because there's somebody going to use your product and not have a good experience. You got to take away that voice in your early designs.
And she positioned herself as the one who knew it all for all Black hoo-has.
And I agree with that. I think she got a raw deal in the public because I think Black women in particular drove her to scale. If you remember the incident where something happened in Target with the white woman and it got viral on social media and Black women went and bought out all the inventory in Target, like they were pushing her to scale. So quite naturally, when you do that, it would seem to me like at some point she would have to go into the body product version of co-packing.
But
right?
okay, so go back to our first part of the class. Are you doing it because you love your people, or are you because you
Exactly.
hate the other opposition?
Exactly.
That whole everything you hear right now is based
Mhm.
upon this. If she changes her whole product around loving Black women as opposed to hating opposition, we're having a different conversation.
Yes.
But also too, let's keep it 100 because right ain't always right. It may, based on what you just said, it may not got her that hype cycle that she went through. If she changes her, I think she still, if she made the profit and she was smart with her uses of resources, she can still come back and reinvent herself. It ain't like hell of women have died, caught, vaginal cancer, right? Then it's something different. You can go through a season of roughness and then just change the way you show up. And even as an activist, if you're not functioning from a space of hate as opposed to a space of love, you can say sorry.
She did. She said that. She said that the formula for what she used in the product.
Oakland. She did
initially,
that.
she said the formula for what she used in the product, and she came and she did a talk at my job, and she said the formula that she used for the products was based on years and years of recurring BV and her pH being off, and that it came to her in a dream to use these ingredients. It was boric acid. There was a couple of things, but she said it did come to her in a dream from her grandmother or her great-grandmother, one of the two. But I still never saw data, nor did I personally hear a lot of people reporting that when the changes were made, the product became less effective. So, all these people are having pH issues. So it felt like they were crucifying her for the story changing when nobody really authenticated did the product change.
But that's the power of the lesson.
That's the power of
that marketing is about a story. It's never about the product. There's companies right now. I brought 2 pair of Wrangler jeans the other day. Now, if you ain't been back to Wrangler, it's like I just said I bought some old man ass. I'm about to wear diaper type jeans because that's what Wranglers usually make me think of. Like they were like the old man ass jeans. Wrangler reinvented themselves. You go to Wrangler's company now, they have, look, I brought some Wrangler jeans. I brought a pair of bell-bottom jeans that were inspired from dress-up jeans of the 70s. No, they hella clean. Because like now clothes are moving to loose, all them tight clothes that Gisati wear, we're moving away from that now. We're trying to loosen up and be, and celebrate our masculinity and stop trying to play that space. And Gisati, you got long hair, don't worry about it. But what is this? And so, because don't you ever come for me if you ain't got a microphone. What is this? so the thing is that, but what happened was, when I oh goddamn, talk about just how you fuck me up. Yeah, so what I was trying to say is that Wrangler had an old story that said they were the cowboy old people, like a cowboy retirement home. Like you see somebody really old white man wear Wranglers, you're like, that's what he wears, right? Okay, Levi's used to be known for kind of like the poor man jeans. Okay. But Levi has a brand now where nothing's under like $400. I'm talking nothing. And Wrangler has a brand that's high fashion designs where you're like, did Versace design this shit? Who the fuck designed this shit, right? You can reinvent yourself, and there's a way to reinvent that story. But what we're trying to talk about in class is that your story matters at the beginning. And clarity on what other people think. When she told that story, she was projecting That's what social justice does. You project. You're right. You're wrong. This is good. This is bad. The world needs to change. Get rid of this. Give this. This is where people need to be. Get rid of police. And you, when shit really happens, you're like, oh, I don't know what happened. Because you never saw people. Social justice movement doesn't see anybody. If it did, it would never use the word people of color. It's the dumbest phrase I've ever heard when it comes to like understanding the complexity of human beings.
Carol's daughter went through the exact same thing when she scaled. So the question starts with, is it still Black owned? No, she sold that shit because she never wanted to do this long term. She fell into that and was like, oh my God, I got this big thing. But she stayed on with the business. She's still informing. Then the ads changed and everything. And then people said, there's been a formula change, I can tell the difference. Well, from my work at Victoria's Secret, doing a lot of studies on that, whenever you change a formula and people find out about it, the immediate feedback that you get is, oh, it's totally, I noticed a difference, or we changed packaging, didn't change formula. And they said, I don't know, it works different. I know something is different. We never changed the formula, we changed the packaging. But if you make a change like that, customer feels like you did, right? So that's the thing. At scale, when things start to change for a consumer who was used to being like your cult community people, when you scale it, things are going to change. You're going to be open for a lot of criticism. Black founders are not, same thing when Shea Moisture sold the stuff and reinvested and bought Jet. They tarred him, even though he reinvested it back in the community. He knew he was going to reinvest it back in the community. Different. I don't like them anymore.
Watch this real quick. Court, just so you know something about this one. Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
It's almost the same fucking thing.
Same.
People build expectation upon you. You change it. They feel betrayed. But like Deion Sanders was getting paid $500,000 a year, and I think he's now went to $2 million a year. How many of you guys would say, "No, I can't take that right now"? Number two, when you play football, it ain't like there's an all-white football team. There's black folks just over here. So he's still doing his black folk thing. He's just with a different crowd, right? But the market just does market tolerance and what is right. And sometimes when align, that's why you need to understand the market's thinking so you know how to navigate it. Because you can still do the Deion Sanders thing. You just got to know how to navigate it and prime and realize that human beings live their life based on a story. And if you don't change that story, you just break that story really, really fast, and you're serving a large market, that could be death to a percentage of your market. Go ahead.
Okay, I just kind of, I'm curious to get your guys' feedback. Kaja was talking about the honeypot, how the lady came to the job and was sharing about the changes, but that there wasn't anybody really giving feedback post change, right? And I thought about it, like, you're not going to have women who are suffering from, let's say, feminine odor or hoo-ha issues lining up to be like, hey, I don't smell anymore, or, whatever it is. So no, but what I'm saying is, I'm trying to not laugh, but I have a serious question, because what about somebody who is in business who has a specialized product dealing with, let's say, issues that people are not, they don't want to be on camera, they don't want to be interviewed, right? How do you get that feedback? How do you speak to that business owner who might be in the honeypot's position, who says, maybe I got 100 emails from women that have used the product, both old formula, new, and there's been no changes, or however big the data pool is.
You got to trust the invisible hand. Business has an invisible hand, pastors are always saying, don't do this, do that, don't do this, right? There's an invisible hand, meaning that society and human beings will adjust, right? So let's say when she released a product, it wasn't doing anything. It will be discovered over time. Like when you grow, the best way to destroy a bad business is grow it. And the invisible hand becomes more powerful, and you're done. It's over with, right? And so that's one of the reasons I don't really focus on when I went to Black Wall Street with Court and them, I stayed away from you. Okay, you, Tindale, Court. Yeah, Court and them. I'm just sorry, Tindale, come on, man, come on, Tindale, forgive me. But anyway. Huh? Oh yeah, shush. So when me, Tennille, and Court went to The reason I avoided all the sad stories, because I was trying to study the business of it. And if I looked at the bad stories, I can't think past it. I know me. Like Court saw some stuff. Court is just like me, but Court decided to go in there and see the stories. And for one day, he was the most militant dude I've ever hung out with. I was like, oh my God. Even for me to be like, I grew up militant, and so I'm used to militant, but he was like on some shit, right? And but that's what it does. I mean, when you see those stories, I mean, I'm sure like the other day I was listening to like, when you listen to stuff that happened to any group of people, whether I was listening to stuff that happened to Russians, happened to Jews, happened to Asians, happened to Africans, you get militant because emotions be like, what the fuck? How could you? That's some sick ass shit, right? But I want to stay on the business. And I realized, they only had one major source of income, which was oil, discovered by one man on one piece of land. Black Wall Street was vulnerable. It was extremely vulnerable, right? It's easy to think that a vulnerable business still should survive. That's not how the game works. You will have so many storms, including Black Wall Street. It may not be as violent and disgusting as Black Wall Street, but it could be other violent storms, market storms that will head your way. And if you don't have a strong, viable product, it won't weather those storms. So that's how the market kind of auto-corrects itself, is as it grows. Like, for example, if her product was really, really strong and women were like, yo, I hear you, but the shit's a great experience. The price is great experiences. We love the brand. We love how you're showing up to the market. That shit becomes a wash. Because a lot of brands get feedback, negative feedback. I'm sure Courts had negative feedback all the time. I think he talked about one time on social media, 1,000 people like shitting on you because some of your basketball, right? But what's able to hold is has he built enough force on the other side on how he's showing up to say, hey, calm that shit down. Where if the white kid was playing with a white person's basketball who happens to be selling to the black basketball league, the feedback would have went past the logical point. Like Jerry Jones, what he did, I'm gonna surface scratch it, not get deep into it. He was 14, right? But Jerry Jones also has done some fucked up shit when it came to the kneeling. Some of the shit he was probably the harshest, most rigid anti-kneeling person in NFL. So the reason his 14-year-old pitcher is catching momentum is because of how he showed up in these certain categories, right? But if Jerry Jones had been like Al Davis, people would be like, damn, Al was tripping back in the days. And it'd probably been over with because Al had more black historical, from the first person to hire a black coach. He did all this stuff that you're like, okay, this dude was taking the rejected of everybody else and ride with them and build superstars. So your reputation matters. There's a lot more that's required to be able to weather those storms. So she had a different, there's so much you got to do differently and think about that. Like, you're not in business and you're not entitled to, okay, when you think somebody else is the enemy, you don't understand what it takes to weather storms because you think that the pathway is just somebody opening the door and then you can just go through the door and it's your turn. Somebody who's on the other side realize every step you make, you got to not only work hard to gain that step, but you got to work hard to secure that step. And so your marketing is your security, your communication, your engagements of other things you do outside of just give me $10, here you go, $10, here you go. There's other things that help you weather those storms. Go ahead, Court.
So much game. So the question is for you as entrepreneurs, I think is, are you a widget company or are you a branding company?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you are a widget company, then you are very susceptible to getting caught in the tail and the headwinds and the winds of certain shit of your customers' feelings and decisions that can turn on you in a minute. If you are focusing on learning how to be a better marketer and brander, then you're better able to pivot or confront situations when you have to show up and be like, all right, the market's going here. Let's start this campaign to start shifting market views to this way or opinions to this way, because that's really the issue. And we rarely think about it because a lot of us want to blow up. A lot of us want to blow up, but we'll be fucking surprised when it happens. Be like, oh shit, now what do I do? You know what I'm saying? And so humans are fickle. So like he said, you can switch up and change strategies to change the minds of your customers. But knowing it from the gate, if you starting out now, knowing whatever your stories you telling, you know that there's going to be a point if it's not scalable, you got to fucking figure it out. I remember when we started Courtsmith, we started it, one of our biggest chunks, our company came on, the success of our company came from us, like there was a heel in our industry, you know, so we showed up as the hero. Fuck that heel. Man, come over here. You don't worry about that heel. Come to us. We'll take care of you. Fuck that heel. Fuck that heel. Fuck that heel. And we sit around when customers come and talk shit about the heel. Oh, that heel. Don't worry about it. We're going to make you look better than the heel. One day the heel walked in our office like, hey, we want to give you all our business. So now I'm like, oh shit, what are all my customers going to think? So I'm calling people, everybody like, all right. So the heel walked in my office trying to drop a bag. Like, what do I do? So I had to I took the bag, but I had to quickly change my story. And I'm sure I lost customers from it, but that's what happens when you tell stories at the beginning and you don't have enough pivot energy to move.
And when like I said, when you're building it anti as opposed to love for, what if that enemy turns around and become a good person? Right? Adidas, Nazis, Adidas run DMC. Fuck happens. Now Adidas anti-Kanye West. Some people, I don't like you no more. Some people are like, yeah, I love you now, right? Like you're navigating stories all the time, so you got to be really smart as you choose to tell certain stories as you navigate in the market. Mahogany will say something. When you see Mahogany, you'll realize that's the greatest compliment I could have ever gave you. She was dope as hell. You might have seen Diana Ross and Mahogany. Was she fabulous? One of the greatest movies ever. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I just wanted to share that, like, so I think my company just turned like 10 years old, and my original launch was like from like an MLM to like an outdoor camp to like managing another gym to working in 24-hour fitness to then running my own. And I had so many distortions about how to position myself and my brand story and what we did because I was just being anti my competitors. Like I had went through all these things of what I didn't want to do and what I didn't want to be associated with.
Good, well said. That's well said.
And now that like I'm in a bigger space and it is mandatory for me to work less hours in the space so I can work on the space, I'm realizing that so many of my stories are like kicking my ass because I've created a market and a customer base that expects my Black ass to show up every single day, no matter what, rain or shine, even if the people that I'm hiring are just as equipped and adequate and providing the same thing. And so it's just crazy because like I used to demonize like big box gyms and 24s and expanding, and people like, yeah, you're gonna have like hella locations. I'm like, and now I'm like, I actually need to be considering that and stop the demonization process if I want to reach
there you go. That's well said.
Where I need to get to. And
well
so
said.
just from I'm still a baby business, but like to go through 10 years and like go from a tiny speck to like gaining a little bit of momentum, my stories have definitely been the thing that's held me back from doing $250,000 to shit I could probably be doing 2 or 3 if I could just really dispatch and get rid of some of those stories. So
in all things, ego's the enemy. Like it almost goes back a full swoop. It's like because a lot of those stories are trapped in your ego, and because you get caught in this was I thinking, this is what I believe, between ego, narcissism, and sometimes grandiosity, we trap ourselves. And I think the other point you made that was hella tight was you're so busy being a revolutionist, going back to the mindset, you're so busy being a revolutionist, you haven't defined who you are. You used all your energy to say, I'm not. And then to add to Court and Shakina's excellent highlights, what happens when you become the heel? Can you weather the storm? Because at some point, you remember going back to spillover effect. You didn't plan on being a heel, but now you're the big dog, And when you're a big dog, you don't service everybody. And there's somebody going, oh, she don't. So like, say your company becomes really big, and most black people in the United States buy your products, but not a certain class of people buy your products. And that class says, we're not that. You suck. What if that class is the hottest class in music right now, and they catch fire and the songs blow up and they put you in their songs? Can you weather that storm? That's why, okay, did you ever hear about how Ferrari told the boxer, what's his name? Floyd Mayweather, you can't buy none of our cars no more? Don't drive my car, bro. I don't want you to bring that energy to my car. Because their brand, their type of brand, I think it was Bugatti. When Bugatti first was designing cars, he was one of the top designer of cars at the time. There were kings that couldn't buy his car because he said the king didn't eat right at the table. He didn't like his etiquette at the table. So when you brought that car, you was buying a status symbol. So here's this dude over here turning your status symbol into the latest Moet. Bruh, I don't want you making my shit Moet. I'm good. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. I'm not Moet, bro. I'm way up here. That Moet shit's cute, but I'm not down there. I will never be a Porsche or Mercedes. Because now Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW shrunk. It used to be time that Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW were like creme de la creme of cars. More and more you see it being, the status changing of it, the cars shift a little bit, right? It used to be time a Honda was a Mercedes. Honda Accord, you had a Honda Accord back in the late 90s, you was like having a Mercedes. And then all of a sudden, RLT, you was a whole different category. And then everybody started getting the cheap Mercedes C-Class, E-Class, and Pro Class. And all of a sudden, the Pro Class made you where you stopped looking at the S-Class. So then it came with the Maybach, right? So Maybach, you don't see many Maybachs. You saw in the Rolls-Royce family and the Bentley family, one time Rolls-Royce and Bentley was here. Then also you start seeing more Bentleys being sold in the used market, and you start seeing more. Now Rolls-Royce is doing this to Bentley, right? You see certain cars, and so certain cars realize, I make these cars by hand. We make crazy cash per car. I don't want the mass. I'm not doing mass production. It's not anti. It's knowing that who are you. But if Rolls-Royce kept saying, we're not Mercedes, they're going to miss opportunities to be Rolls-Royce. You guys know what that? So it's important. Go to white screen. This is our last exercise and we're going home. I want you guys to kind of feed into this. Just deciding going to lose a little bit, about 10 more calories. Just go give me another screen. Here's the situation. Folks at home, please participate in this same exercise. So we went over this before, but I want to bring this back because this is getting to the last two classes, and I want us to this is a core issue that it's going to come up over and over and over and over and over and over again. So it's a base issue, but if you guys never came back to Hope because you moved to Bangladesh and it had no internet, sorry for those in Bangladesh, don't take it personal. But I want to leave you with something that is useful, especially if you work on something during the holidays. You guys ever heard of this thing called tilting? How many of you guys heard of tilting? Okay. Shakir's like, y'all tripping. I've been here too many days. I know what that shit is. So in poker, tilting is when you get so emotional, you make the wrong decision. I finally figured out why I hate inspirational people so much. All of them. They force tilt. In business, you could tilt both ways and still be wrong. For example, you go to Las Vegas. Let's make it this. We use Las Vegas, and you've been winning all night long, and then you start to lose. And then also when you start to lose, you emotionally want to get back to winning again so bad, you tilt. You really start to believe yourself, like, man, I know I can do this. Another way you can tilt, get angry. Somebody make you mad, you want to get back at them. You start to play from a position of anger to get back at them, to make it fair. And you make bad strategic decisions that other people take advantage of you because. Social justice, self-help movements, a lot of this positive thinking causes tilt behavior. In business, sometimes you can have a bad idea, but be so inspired you shut your ear down to everybody trying to talk to you, and you tilt. because a bad idea has emotional attachment to you, and you won't even let any other creative idea come in because you have emotional attachment to an idea. I want you guys to take about 1 minute and think about different tilting scenarios you thought about that you've seen in the community where people use it was time to make an emotional decision and they tilted, or you tilted. And I want you to we're gonna run them off quickly and see if we can make a same kind of list of just tilt moments that you've seen in business, personal life, even parenting, where you saw it, damn, I think I tilted. So take 1 minute, we're gonna do the dun, 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 dun. Do you have a standby? You'll do a standby for 1 minute? You should do that just for fun. You do a standby for 1 minute? No, don't do it. We do it next time. We got prime people. Huh? She did a standby for 1 minute? Oh, okay, well. But Nazi stuff? No, don't do that one. Don't do that one. No. Because then he'll take this whole motherfucker down with him. Yeah. And the sad part, I will support him. So, yeah, no, I'm not. Nah, man. I don't think, after hearing slavery, I think there's some things I can't joke about. Slavery, Nazis, the death of all the Asians and Chinese and the religious wars, Russia and the starvation wars, the starvation of the Chinese culture, certain times in European history where you're like, what the fuck? Certain things that happened in Africa where massive people were killed, I can't joke with that. Because once you hear the details, it's like, if you don't know the details, you can joke. Once you hear the details, it fucks up all the humor. Like this, I heard this one thing that they would take a group of Jews walking down the street, grab them, could just be innocent people, grab them, and would put a water hose in their mouth and pour water to their body exploded. Anyway, all right. You know what? You're right about that one. Let's go back to tilt. That was one of the ones where everybody in the room, I just tilted. Fuck what you heard. Tilt. But no, I want you a decision you had to make, a time in business, you feel you may have tilted. And we're going to try to get the gist of it because I want to see if you guys can really understand. Because tilting is a very popular thing in our culture. We tilt a lot. A lot. Sometimes even when you're tilted, you don't even see the better options. You may lock in on one option so strong when you're tilting, you can't see other options. Are you ready to get started? Tennille, somebody pass Tennille a microphone. Give this exercise about 10 or 15 minutes, then we'll go home.
Okay, here is one that I have seen many a times. Voting Democrat amongst especially African-American communities. I'm not saying that you shouldn't or you should, but when you get into the logistics of it, why are you voting Democrat? Because Democrats are for the blacks. Okay, but are you looking into history? Because that is not necessarily fact, but that's a narrative that has been flooded into communities, I don't want to say of color, but where there's predominantly minority voters. So people don't look into the history. They just automatically join that group because of messaging that they have received. And there's no further digging into. Your word is good enough.
Okay,
So
political
that's one
decisions,
example.
tilt. Next one.
Can I just list off like 6?
Okay, go ahead,
Bullet
Go ahead,
points.
player. Go ahead, player.
All right. So the first one is purchasing a home with stable finances.
Wait a minute. You go into your personal tilts, right? This is sound like your personal tilts?
This is a combination of just all kinds of different
Okay.
tilts that happen in the community.
Okay.
Some of these are my personals, and then some of them are things that I've just witnessed in the community.
Mhm.
I have not purchased a home, but I have been tempted to tilt and buy one.
Mhm.
I'm seeing a lot of companies and people make business upgrades and not having the financial stability to do so for status purposes. I've seen people tilt when it comes to hiring or firing people because of loss aversion and not wanting to give in to making it make sense. Hella tilts when it comes to buying tech upgrades like phones and stuff from like a status position of like, well, it has these 3 extra things that you ain't never
Shabisha
gonna
doesn't
use.
justify anything. Okay, she ain't talking to you. Go ahead.
So you gonna pay an extra $1,000 for this phone, but you ain't even gonna use these 3 extra upgrades, right? Spanking, instead of focusing on like focusing on like strategy and communication with your kids. So they're just some of the tilt.
Very good. That was solid. Go ahead, Pastor Nakasha. That was solid. You see, don't wonder your fingers was moving so fast. I didn't know you was talking to the president the way you was typing so fast. Go ahead.
The $5,000 was a tilt.
Come on.
That was,
hey,
that was,
everybody
a,
give it up
that
for
was
her.
a tilt.
Hey, respect to that
I
one.
had a week to sit on it because
Respect. Fucking respect
when
for
I
you.
when I went back over it, and it's true. There was a point where the brand partner said, "You need to slow down," and you don't need to spend what you're spending. And I didn't want to hear the friction and the tension questions. I just wanted the brand partner to be the brand partner, and I wanted to run the event. And in that, I built it a certain way, and I went forward with the budget, even though their recommendation was, "Don't do that."
Hey man, yo, I know the cake will make y'all want to give her a hug. I'm just trying to see if I give me another piece. But y'all think I'm playing? That cake hella good. Right, Jasadi? Look, Jasadi over there look like he's a master boss. Mm-hmm. But no, I'm just saying. Jasadi like the true Buddha. But the point is, the thing is that no matter what you think, Jasadi, that cake hella good. But when y'all give her a hug today, just hug her for her vulnerability, which is a statement of power. That was a power statement. It's not a weakness statement. That was hella powerful. The ability to perform insight on self, that's another powerful tool. You did a lot of powerful things that if you understand business, she displayed a hella power in front of you. It wasn't vulnerability. It's vulnerability vulnerability is the path to your power, but it requires power to do what she just did and say what she just said. So, yo, thanks for sharing that. And yo, give her an extra hug for me when y'all see, because that required hella power. And hopefully she was an example of how you should show up to yourself. That was hella fire. That was so fucking tight. Oh, anybody else? What about the tilts they came up with? You don't tilt at all? You just that cool. Like, a motherfucker like me ain't never tilted. Nah, I know my name, baby.
When I first started hiring, I had this mission in my head that I'm only hiring black folks, only blackity black. And I almost lost my company for having raggedy ass motherfuckers in my office. And so it wasn't until I had to have talks with people who done it to say, stay with excellence. And if you can't find excellence, then find excellence. And then, of course, we know that that's where you want to go, but don't lose your company for the sake of trying to just stay black. So I for sure got tilted on that at the beginning.
Tight as hell. That's hella tight. Go ahead. You just need to see Mahogany, and you'll be like, damn, I did kill it today. Go ahead.
Okay, so this one is for sure a personal one. Like, I'm a big story person, both like in accepting people's stories and giving stories. And like, I tilt all the time when it comes to stories and so many different, like, it could be in like somebody giving me a sob story, like, I really want to come to your gym, but I can't afford it. And then I remember that made us create a scholarship program. And then that same motherfucker, I'm sorry, that same person that told me that they couldn't afford my program was in a vacation to Cancun the next month. And I was like, see, like, but like, it's stuff like that, right? Where it's like, you couldn't afford my $200 a month to get your health back and get your movement and your life back, but you could afford to go spend 3-4 racks to go to Cancun and get drunk for a week. Okay, cool. But that's to show that like stories are huge tilt zones because they can tilt you forward
stories
or
are huge
backward.
tilt zones.
Like,
right, just like that. I like that.
Like, I mean, and again, like it can work in both ways. Like a lot of my stories allowed me to project forward, but then a lot of them kept me in the same space and like anchored or held me back. So yeah.
Tight. That was hella tight. We got any more? Did you have a tilt? Yeah.
For me,
Mm-hmm.
for like
Yeah, anything you see or you or doesn't.
no,
your
for me.
choice.
I'm saying for me.
Okay, right on, right on. No, okay, Oakland. Okay, Oakland.
For like the last 2 years, like whenever I get too busy in my business, I just like, oh no, I can't do this. I gotta go to work. And I
Mhm.
just now realized like, nah, I don't want to go to work. So I had to like cut my hours back and just focus on what I'm doing.
And matter of fact, you could tilt both ways. You can be mad at your job and go quit your job to become an entrepreneur, and then no priming to be an entrepreneur, right? Which we've seen that happen, right? Or vice versa, right? So that's a good example, like how that relationship are you critically thinking your decisions, or is it just all emotional both ways, going back and forth? So two ways that can work. Go ahead. Oh, you got one too, Sadi? Okay. Okay, I want to hear it too. Yeah.
You want to go first? Okay, cool. Hearing Kaja's over investing example really kind of made me want to speak, because I know for my clothing brand, I do want to make luxury clothes and do all of these things, and I've spent all of this money on marketing and created this two dope marketing campaigns, but I have no product to sell, and that was solely tied. It's really embarrassing to say, but
Hella tight.
Yeah, but it's embarrassing
Hella
to say,
tight.
but at the same time, it's just like, okay, I was tied to the status of just like, but look what it can be, but I have nothing to give, to produce. And then talking, you know what I'm saying? Like and then
Tight.
last class we talked about the monetization process, and I'm like, well, I ain't made no damn money from likes. You know what I mean? From this marketing campaign that I have on my social media, but I
Yeah.
have no product, and I am a clothing brand. So it's just like, it's understanding what's a priority and what's not at the moment. So
Super tight. Super fucking tight. Because here's the thing, you and Kaj are acknowledging that is the pivot. Is the pivot. If you don't say it publicly to anybody, your brain can continue to rose color it. Right? But once you say it, it's like if you announce to everybody, I'm leaving him, and you tell everybody I'm leaving him, it's hard as hell to show up with that dude the next week. It's hard. People look at you like, you know goddamn well you can never go back to those sources again. You don't told everyone. You was at the party, I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm done with his ass. I ain't gonna never see his old soft, moist ass. Right? And all of a sudden you there next week with him like, I love him so much. You know you flawed. You know you'll be flawed. Go ahead, Jasadi.
So you're just not gonna pause that? The soft moist ass? He wasn't gonna
I
pause?
was imitating women, not me. Yeah, I'm just saying. Hey, some of y'all do. Cut it out. Don't act like y'all all ain't like. Don't do it. Don't let me start calling some names out there. Go ahead. Just, y'all, some of y'all got some soft, moist men in y'all life. Y'all know he moist. Y'all know he questionable. Mm-hmm. You loving many people at one. Okay, go ahead.
I can't even get on.
Hey, go on.
So big tilt that I had was when I graduated high school, going to college for film. I thought I needed to be in LA to work in the industry, to work with a crew, to operate a camera. I thought I needed to be outside of Oakland to do that. So, but then now it's crazy because now I do all my work in Oakland. So there's this big misconception. I could have avoided spending all that money going to a art school and thinking I need to be in LA, spending all that money for rent, and it's like right here in my own backyard.
What was the emotional pull that made it a tilt? I'm not sure. I think that's a bad decision, not a tilt. Which is good, by the way. Good, thank you.
Well, I think as far as like the emotional decision was like I saw the story of Hollywood, and I thought, well, in order to do that work, I need to physically be over there. When that's not necessarily true. So I thought that was like the emotional.
So it's the story thing. The story, like you told us, you was a victim of a story that caused you, going back to stories and government. What'd she say? That's nice ass line she said. Yeah, stories are huge tilt zones. So I think for you that was your huge tilt zone, was you told yourself the story that created this emotion. Now, what's very important, just in case, I'm not speaking, this is not about you, but your story is an excellent story for this example. In that story, if he didn't want to listen to anybody give him any other advice because he felt emotionally that this is the way it is, and he just wanted to prove it, or he just convinced this would make him happy, it's a tilt. If it's just that he had a bad story and there was no emotional blockage, he just didn't get nobody giving him feedback, or the people you surround yourself with is kind of weak. It's not necessarily a tilt. It's just bad strategy, bad structure.
I'm confused. So what makes it a tilt?
Tilt is when you. So, for example, if I get angry at you and then I make a decision in my anger, I'm tilted. Even though I'm supposed to be making the 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, you make me mad, and I go 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. I add those extra steps. Those extra steps is my tilt, which now is going to destroy me as a business. Right, so you start to block reasoning because you're so emotionally irritated. Or let's say let me go simp direction. You so in love with this woman, right? Yeah. You're starting to make all these bad decisions in your personal life, staying up too late on the phone, underperforming at your job, spending your rent money to try to floss. You're tilted because you're so emotionally locked into this woman, right? Where a bad strategy would be you're not that you're balanced, but you just don't know how to show up to love the right kind of way. It's emotional distraction of your original plan. So you have a plan, you know what to do, or you wouldn't know what to do if you wasn't in that emotional space. So for example, if somebody's going to Las Vegas and you was giving Court advice and Court says, hey man, I just lost all my money, should I scramble my rent money? You'd be like, fuck no. But if you tilting, you would know that, but be like, I think I can still do it. You tilted. You know you should quit, but you just lose your ability to stay focused on what you're supposed to be doing. So that's why I say I think that the Hollywood thing was not necessarily a tilt because you would have to know that's not true, but you went out there and had a showing and you blew the fuck up and it was like, oh my God, I'm feeling myself. And then all of a sudden, and I'm like, yo, but there's nothing there, bro. You're like, no, they don't love me out there, but you know there's nothing there. And then when you get burned, you be like, I knew there was nothing there. You tilted.
So, okay. All right.
I was thinking real quick, when you're over competitive in business,
yes,
and you see somebody who you hear maybe they're making more money than you, or they had a big win, and you change your whole business model to compete or copy their prescription. No, and you just fucked your whole shit up, thinking you were gonna get a leg up or get close to them, not realizing you're not them, and your lane is not their lane.
Exactly. Go to Gail. Let me while you take the microphone to Gail. Some of us tilt in feedback. I can give you feedback. You know, Kaj, I'm not trying to hurt you. You know I'm trying to help you make more money and grow, whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm riding with your growth, right? But because I may have just didn't have the wrong tone of voice, or I was looking a little bit too masculine that day, or I didn't give you enough compliments up front, you shut down even hearing me because you're tilting. You ask me questions, you tilted, right? So the reality is that where a business person has to go strong enough is that know your emotions are going to try to force you to tilt and be like, oh, whoa, you're trying to get me to tilt. I need to be here, right? That happens in feedback all the time when people will hear you but not hear you because they tilted. Go ahead, Gail.
I would say because I've done it a couple times, making bad decisions because like, oh, I really like them.
Yes.
That was so nice.
Yes.
Yeah, you know that like I don't want to be paying no $2,000. It was so nice.
Yes, that's exactly it. We tilt all the time on this good people versus bad people, or I feel sorry for them, or they need some help. Or what about those people there? What's the fuck did I do with the data? And the cold part is this. If you were broke as hell, I think what the court said, if you knew this was the punishment for getting the answer wrong, there's a famous thing that says, one of the things that can help you with tilting, if you're making a decision, ask yourself, okay, would I gamble $100 on this decision? Would I gamble $1,000 on this decision? Would I gamble $10,000 on this decision? If you go, I'm not sure, look for tilting in there. You might have an emotional influence, or you just may not have enough information. But tilting is one of those things that you kind of aware of what the right answer is, but often you make bad decisions because you get emotional. And you, even if you apologize, you already took the loss. So it doesn't matter, right? Even if you say, I was stupid, you still took the loss. Money's gone, right? So tilting is something that, and you got to know that it exists because You're not dealing with guarantees. You're dealing with probability and investments, which is gambling. Business is a gamble, and you're going to take losses, and you're going to have wins. You're going to have stories. That's a perfect. I might even frame that. You're going to have these stories that are always coming at you, and they're all trying to get you to tilt, get you off your game. And how do you stay on your game no matter what emotional space and still make the best decision, or do you tilt? Okay, so let's go.
I was just gonna say, and just making those decisions based on trying to do things fast. Like I want a quick fix.
You could easily tilt because if you do things fast, you're playing with heuristics, and heuristics often is based upon this hidden emotional instant gratification. And so sometimes I did it with my daughter 2 days ago. Yesterday I was running the stairs, and I'm tired. I know my daughter's sick. She calls me and goes, my daughter is the best. Just how she asks all questions. Daddy, can I have a sucker or no? Is that the best framing ever in the world? And I'm running the stairs. I was like, yeah, you can have a sucker. And I get the phone. I was like, wait a minute, I don't know if that was cool. I don't know if she ate her dinner or lunch. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know nothing. I just said, hey, ask your mom, right? I tilted. So the next day I called her mom and said, yo, I tilted. This is what happened. She called me, and I was running the stairs. I'm exhausted. I'm thinking about her being sick. I'm over emotional about her being sick. She asked me for candy. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, you sick. Here's candy. I'm tilted. I didn't look at no context. I didn't ask no questions. And then when I walked out hung up the phone, I realized, I fucked that one up. Right? But even for me to reflect on that, now I can build something in place to stop me from tilting in that place again. But if I don't know tilting happens, I'm doomed to repeat that over and over. And what about when, Daddy, can I drive you a brand new car in junior high, and and these things happen? Because I didn't see the tilt in me early, I can't show up to the right kind of questions, conversation, preparation, and all other things that go around the context of you driving my brand new car. Right? So tilting is a thing that, go ahead, Shakira. Yeah, go ahead. By the way, this kind of thing we were talking about, Court, with the getting people to massage an idea. Talking about.
Okay, so for all you parents out there, sorry if I offend you. So I have a very closely approaching teenager. My daughter's turning 13, but she's like 13 going on 16 because she started puberty really young. So she's like up on the hormone scale, and I stopped spanking her. I think my daughter's had like 3 spankings her entire life, so I don't spank. I haven't spanked for majority of her life. And now she's at this space where, she thinks she's grown. She tell me what to do, what I can and can't do. And there's this constant like power struggle. And she's very much like with me because we're both alphas. So there's a little mini me trying to run around trying to tell me what I can do. And I'm just like, yeah, see, that's not going to work in this house until you move out and get your own house. And I don't spank, but like I'll get angry to the point where I'll make a threat. Like, I swear to God, I'll punch you in your damn mouth. And she'd be like, so you just gonna do the thing that you got my dad in trouble for? You just a hypocrite. And then it just makes me want to really punch her because I'm just talking smack to like, de-stress, right? Because I'm sure we've all been there, whether you spank or not. Like you make an empty threat to try to get them to back off to like, yo, I'm serious. Like, calm down. And there's just been this constant friction point. And like, I can feel myself like on the edge of being like, yo, I might actually like lay you out one time because you getting out of line. Like, what do you do in those positions when you know you're on a
You
tilt?
gave the answer earlier, but you got your brain. So you haven't given your chance to brain the chance because you've been sick and you're under pressure of working, but you held the answer. So you said earlier, I think you were the person that brought up earlier that you focus on what you wasn't, you didn't focus on what you were. See the answer? You see the answer yet? I don't spank. Cool.
What do you do?
So what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
I think that many of us so focused on holding back that demon of beating your ass.
Well, because that's a real thing if you was raised that way.
Yeah, I get it. But tilting now, now you're tilting.
Well, and
That's the tilt.
well,
So
and
the
that's
tilt
what I'm-
is the emotional connection to your past makes you tilt to your relationship, to the way you think about it.
Yeah, and
The
so
solution
I'm
is
not
the shift.
going to the, and so that's what I'm saying. Like in my brain, I'm all the way, I'm spilt over. It ain't even a tilt, right? But I can still control like the physical point of like not like laying her out, right? Because I'm in my head, I can rationalize like, yo, even though you want to do this, and your story is telling you that if I would have ever did this, this is what it would have been the case.
Yeah, but you're confusing difference with autonomy.
You said difference for autonomy.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that because I don't spill what you just jumped on the opposite side of the fence, but you sit within the same circle. So your references are the same circle. You got to develop autonomy where you find a new circle of reference, right? A new infrastructure comfort, a new design comfort, right? Like if you think white parents don't have some type of shit talking back from the student, the white kids they do. But they have a different level of tolerance because they built a different system that's designed for that. If you're holding on to the same system, but you think you're different because you just don't do a certain action, you're still triggered by the same because you're in the same system. So in order for you to be different, you're going to have to discover, well, what does parenting look like without? And what you'll find is that parenting, so Nzinga is probably the richest parenting experience I've had. And that gets into some complexities with Shakira. So I'm 100% dad. So when things happen with her, I'm priming every moment as a repetition that may not catch on for 20 times. And I'm accepting that her brain don't get it because I get it. And it's gonna be so much repetition. And then I gotta design the downtime to represent the bad time. So the bad time changes the way its outlook, right? But parenting is more spread out, more complex, which goes along with what I do for a living, which is see people and design for people, which all you will do for a living. So parenting is actually shaping the way that you see people and how to design for them. Meaning that when you're laughing and joking, you're designing for discipline. Otherwise, if you just wait to that moment to put the fire out and then realize all these things can cause a fire, the fire will get out of control. And then all of a sudden you're like, I need to beat you. I need to just go ahead and bring all the power to crush it like the way my parents crushed my fire. But but the thing was, you end up crushing some of the good with the bad, right? Like I'm trying to raise Nzinga to be a powerful woman with whatever path she walks in. I mean, she's going to be like, she'll be, she did to me all the time. And as soon as she does that, I sit there and be like, first of all, I might laugh sometimes because it's just cute because you can't do nothing to me. You can throw your best punch, it ain't gonna hurt me. But number two, I use this opportunities to like plant seeds in that moment, right? And I take those moments and I may twist them and then I may show her like, well, you can use that response, but that's your weakest response. Here's a stronger response. And over time, and here's the funny part, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, I may hear her nanny say, Zizi was talking to her friend and she told her this is how she would respond because of this. I'm like, wow, shit worked. But I know I'm gonna say it 1,000 times before she even institutes it for herself. Because parenting is, when you work with human beings, it's about repetition. Now, same thing with my employees, my family members and my teams. My wife, you, everybody, it's like repetition. Ain't nobody about to be perfect to my perfection. I think if we knew that, I think there'd be less divorces. Because you gotta realize it's gonna require repetition to get this shit to work. And this person's gonna let me down more times than a little bit before we get to some shit that gonna actually work. So me practicing that patience, repetition, me not letting myself get tilted in those moments and look at what are my other paths out of that moment. So my daughter could do something to me and I'd be like, okay, my typical response is this. Okay, so why is that my typical response? What other options do I have? I'm literally thinking that fast. Even before we even get there, sometimes I'm trying to think about if this happened, how would I respond to that? Because the worst time sometimes I make a decision is when you're in the midst of it. Diallo taught me that, right? But parenting really is, I was on my way to class and I said, stop saying we're raising kids. You're raising young adults, even when they're 2. You're raising kids. You're raising young adults. Let me tell you why. How you talk to them, it shapes how they think they're supposed to show up to this world. When I talk to my daughter, I talk to her like, you're one of the members of this household. that are part of decision making and part of like, being part of how this world works. So when I was like, hey, well, why'd you do it this way? Well, why would you do it this way? Why don't you do this the other way? And I just show some immaturity, and I'll manage all that stuff. But when I talk to her, she's not my kid. If I talk down to her, first of all, she catches that shit too. But I'll be like, don't say that to me like that again. Like if I said, I told you so, she said, I told you, don't tell me that again. Don't talk to me like that. Like talk to me, show to me as a person. And what I realized as we showed up to a person, we played with that. And all of a sudden we start seeing her showing up as a person in our household. So when I come in the household, the other day my friend came over and he's hanging out with me talking, and he had this old school Peaky Blinder hat. And I have a Peaky Blinder hat because I was wearing Peaky Blinder suits for a little while. So my daughter came out, started the conversation, came out, Dad, here's your Peaky Blinder, like here's your hat, right? And like I want to be in this conversation. I'm in this room. She's not a kid. She's a kid, but she's a young adult. And so she's a young adult. Well, her brain needs a lot of development, a lot of growth, a lot of evolution. She'll be making a lot of mistakes because her brain, everything's coming online slowly, right? And so, but I'm still giving her value as I talk to her to say that you're valuable. So I went to see her school and talk to her school presidents. It's like, everything I'm working on at home, teachers give me testimony as working at school. When she's not around, none of us as adults, right? And so you realize they're coming on in different ways. And unfortunately, many of us never got that kind of, we got elementary parenting. Shut the fuck up before I beat your ass. There was no psychological value in that, right? And this is no demonization of them because they didn't get treated like that either. And they came out of slavery a couple more generations back from that. So parenting is trying to figure out what kind of parent we want to be after we decide what kind of parent we don't want to be, but don't champion not being over what you're going to be. And so, and here's another thing. I want to close this with one thing about Shakita, do not be hard on yourself because perfection is not, it's no such thing. Celebrate the path you traveled. And I promise you, if you decided to get arrogant enough and write your path on that BS wall, well, you'll fuck up our contract here and we'll all be painting tonight. But the point is this, if you decided to write your path, everybody in this room would applaud you. Don't forget that. Don't forget. Everybody gonna make mistakes. Fuck it. It's how are you showing up every day. And one thing I know about you is you've been this, like, we can wear you as a badge. We can wear Shakina McNeil as a badge on our shirt. Because you've been constantly investing in your growth. You always gonna say, I could be better and be greater. That's what we all do. Nobody just says that. But focus on your climb and how much distance you cover. Stop worrying about the peak. Because sometimes you worry about the peak and you get there, you realize this ain't where you want to be anyway. So just, you've been growing with your daughter. I've seen you change so fucking much. But you asked that question because there's still hella time left. And so, don't put any negative undertone into your conversation. Go into like, okay, shit. Well, what other options can I have? And trust me, most of them, you won't feel them, especially with parenting. You won't feel a change because what you feel is what you know. You can't produce, it doesn't come out of space or some shit. You're going to have to seek out new shit to develop new shit, which is a lesson in innovation. Don't say you want a different life and you do the same shit every day. You ain't got nothing to pull from. You're dead. You know new people? Are you doing different things? Are you going different places? Are you having different experiences? So all that, this is a lesson, parenting, business, life, it's really the same shit, just kind of different magnitudes of it, right? It's the same shit. That's why when you go to Pastor Chris Church, he's preaching a lot of the same principles, right? We're just sharing the same principles, but he's pulling from a biblical perspective, which the Bible, I always tell people, one of the coldest business books in the world is the Bible. He just said you haven't learned how to refine it that way yet. You're still refining it from just the principles of right versus wrong. You're not seeing the upgrades to the human experience is providing and how it's really providing you heaven on earth. I don't know what the next life is. I don't do that. If I believe in God, if God makes me come back as a moose or it makes me go to heaven or if I come back as another version of my fabulous self, whatever, I have to keep that fabulous because you see, I ain't gonna never shrink myself, you understand me? But whatever I come back as, I trust that. I don't worry about the heaven and hell conversation. But what I do know is those principles give you heaven on earth. And me, and as an entrepreneur, people ask me all the time, how you doing? I'd be like, my fucking life's amazing. It's fucking amazing. I wouldn't mind doing this about 10, 20 more times. That's how lovely my life is. But it's because I live by certain principles that yield me that amazing experience. All right, with that being said, Josh is not all that bad. We should love him anyway. You only have one more week to see Jasadi's stomach, so make sure you focus in. And with that being said, everybody at home, have a good night. Peace.